Hello, my name is Professor Kevin Hilton. I'm the independent chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I am based at Leeds Beckett University, where I was head of the Research Centre for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, and more recently the interim Pro-Vice Chancellor, Culture, Equality and Inclusion at the University of Sussex. The Race Equality Commission is a non-partisan strategic assessment into the nature, extent, causes and impacts of racism and racial disparities in Sheffield. Working with 24 commissioners from the Sheffield area, we conducted a series of short, focused hearings over 6 priority areas for the city. These included business and employment, civic life and communities, crime and justice, education, health, sport and culture. In May 2022, we will be presenting the findings and recommendations for the report that will be made available to the public on the Sheffield City Council website. This is the Sport and Culture Hearing, Part 2. Welcome to today's session. Thanks for agreeing to come and speak with us. We know you've got a busy schedule, but much appreciated for joining us today. In the culture arm of our sport and culture hearings this week. Before we get going, Desiree, we'd just like to go through a little bit of housekeeping. If just for the first few minutes, I'm going to just hand you back to Adele Robinson to go over the background, a little bit of the background to the commission. So thank you very much. Thanks, Adele.
Okay. Good morning. Like Kevin said, I'm just going to take you through a bit of the background to the Commission before we start. So as you will probably know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, causes, extent and impact of race inequality and racism within Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on the 6 key themes of health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's the second day of the sport and culture hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report produced for key stakeholders for action in Sheffield. You've been invited as a key witness to hopefully give us some insight into some of the 5 key areas of the Race Equality Commission. And those 5 key areas are what you believe to be of use to the Commission in relation to racial inequality and racism within Sheffield, knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related duties or frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within the sector that you're in, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racial inequality or racism, and what you believe would be the best ways to tackle racism or racial inequality in the city. By being a witness, you're required to act in good faith, and we're assuming that by being here, you're doing so. And just to let you know, the hearing is being recorded and it will be on the Commission's website afterwards. And any non-confidential evidence that you've submitted will also go onto the Commission's website. Can I ask all those in attendance to wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can invited guests and commissioners introduce yourself before speaking for the recording. Can I remind commissioners to send any questions to me in the chat, and I'll send them on to the chair. And now can I hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele, and welcome again, Desiree and commissioners. To this, the last day of the Race Equality Commission hearings. Desiree, again, thanks for coming. Before I invite colleagues to speak with you, I just wonder if you could you spend a few minutes introducing yourself and your connection to Sheffield?
Hi, everyone. Some of you I know, some of you I've been in a few meetings already. It's been meeting central the last couple of weeks. Thanks very much for inviting me to do this. I'm a little bit perplexed as to what I could possibly add, but I shall definitely give it a go. Let me say kind of right off the bat that I have a deep skepticism in a way of commissions like this. While I see that they're trying to do good work, I kind of can see them as being performative, black square tick boxes without any real power to deliver real transformative change. So I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that this won't be the case for this one. These panels always make me think about Audre Lorde's master's tools reference. So I understand that the confines of the system don't necessarily allow for justice or equity. But anyway, I'm glad that it's happening, and I'm glad that I'm here. I also wanted to state at the beginning that death is at the heart of this process. This may not be the only mechanism for the voiceless to be heard, but also acted upon. But going back to what I'm saying is that these commissions, which are happening all over the country, are taking place because of what happened in the States. The murder of George Floyd needs to be, I think, mentioned at the top of any commission that's taking place now on the back of Black Lives Matter, on the back of his murder. So I guess well, I'm a Black woman, stating the obvious, and from my point of view, we cannot talk about race in this way without talking about anti-Blackness and sexism, misogyny and misogynoir, which I feel like impact my life personally as racism does. I suppose I think I'm a writer. I can write anywhere, you see. So being a writer, I can live anywhere. But the provocation that this invite got me to think about, which is, can I live in Sheffield as an artist? And more importantly, can I thrive as an artist in this city? So I guess my feeling is not so much. I think Sheffield is in danger of losing its Black artists as soon as people finish courses or find work elsewhere. They're gone, and that says something about the landscape in which they're trying to thrive in. Where is Sheffield's carnival? Why is Leeds Carnival 30 years old, yet we have tram lines? Why did Eclipse, an award-winning theatre company, Black theatre company, leave Sheffield and move to Leeds? Does anybody know why they went? Has anybody asked them? I think these are indicative of the landscape that we're in, and quite important questions that we need to ask ourselves. I started the Ignite Imaginations action on the 16th of May. I'm a writer in residence at the Sheffield Archives at the minute, and I was told there was Windrush money somewhere, and I wanted to pay some artists, not just me. I don't believe in solitary acts of art or intervention. I believe in collectivism, so I wanted definitely to get more artists involved. I was told by the archive that there was some Windrush money because of the pandemic and it not being spent. And when I dug a little further, I found that Ignite Imaginations, a wholly white organization, was given the money, which was £5,000. Without, so I put out a call. Like I say, I believe in collective action. And if we as the Black Arts Collective had not responded, without our intervention and social media, Ignite Imaginations would not have given back the money. And without the fear of backlash, the council certainly would not now be reallocating the money. My hope was to highlight the injustice, the fraud, and ineptitude of decision to award a white organization with wholly white staff, a white board, and a roster of 19 artists, all of which were also white, to work on a Windrush project. But I'm sad that this isn't unusual. the emails we got back from Ignite, so I started this collective action, called some friends, started to do the emails, and the emails we got back from Ignite and the council were at first disappointing, but eventually, like I say, I think the social media noise forced their hands a bit. One representative of the council said that the council seemed woefully tone deaf, but albeit inadvertently. And that was the bit that was disappointing. It's a liberal idea of everything is accidental, not on purpose. But then that means that no organization is accountable. This is not anti-racist language and serves no purpose but to make perpetrators and benefactors of an oppressive system feel better about failing. So I think George Lamin, I think it was, said the Caribbean quest for decolonization can be construed as a continuous and necessary battle for language. And I think that's something that this commission is seeking to change, is that the council must change its language and address its continued institutional resistance. I think we can call that quite safely. So I was thinking, so I've set these provocations for myself. Can I live, can I thrive in Sheffield as an artist? And I came up with a few recommendations. First of all, I don't think necessarily that I'm best placed. I'm not sure that I'm best placed to, I'm sure you've talked to loads of people with far more investment in what the council does or doesn't do. As I say, as a writer, my investment is less. So my recommendations, I think I thought about, if the council is committed to this process, and as I said, time will tell, then there needs to be an annual audit, an annual equity audit embedded in the process that examines every year how things have moved on, if at all. Sheffield Council is committed to kind of short-termism, which is the very antithesis to sustainability. Quick fixes are not fixes at all. And we have to be careful in our rush to do a quick fix, not to replicate the harm that we're trying to heal. Small money at big problems, tight deadlines, tight, quick turnarounds does nothing but perpetuate fear, the anxiety, the loss and desperation for most Black artists and Black arts organizations. So the severe lack of investment in people needs severe solutions. I think we have to build some kind of sustainable capacity. That is that the city, it has people here. We have a wealth of knowledge and expertise here, but does the city use them? And as demonstrated by the Ignite Imaginations debacle, not really. And thinking about what pathways have the council created for Black cultural spaces. We need to think about pathways because we're talking about sustainability, right? So we need to think about as I say, the one quick intervention, the one quick arts project is not enough. We need to think about pathways and legacies, which I believe in apprenticeships, although I know that the paperwork for apprenticeships are hard. I understand that they're difficult, but I believe that every arts organization in Sheffield should be operating a system of apprenticeships in order to create those pathways and those legacies for people. They don't necessarily have to be young, but for people who want to continue working in the city. And finally, before I rattle on, I was thinking about what is our shared vision. That we need a shared vision, which means that that the vision equals a shared responsibility. So I think we're still kind of living in a culture of an us and them, hoping that the council behaves better and that real behavioral change doesn't cost us, the Black community, too much. We don't want to pay the blood price of helping a council fix itself. It fosters white saviorism, and if we all do well, then we all thrive. So anti-racism means that we have to use different tools, and we have to kind of unpack those tools and get rid of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Desiree. Many provocations in there, started off by Audrey Lord, who is always a great starting point. The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house, and all of that. Like, we can absolutely see where you're going. You can't necessarily use the same organizations and the same people who have been perpetuating the problem to mark their own homework, which has become a common term that I've become fond of recently. So thank you very much, Desiree, for introducing yourself. You didn't say, are you from Sheffield? You're not from Sheffield, but you live in Sheffield?
Yeah, sorry about that. I just wanted to have a little talk. So I live in Sheffield. I've been in Sheffield for 20 years. I came up to do my first degree here from London. Yes. And never left.
Yeah, but from what you've just said, it sounds as though many others have left.
Yes, and that's what I'm fearing. And as I started this Black Arts Collective, a lot of them are already saying that they are thinking of leaving because Sheffield cannot sustain its artists, let alone its artists of colour or Black artists.
Okay, thank you, Desiree. Desiree, I'd like to invite my colleague Shruti to speak with you. So Shruti knows the drill by now. So if you could introduce yourself before asking your first question. Thanks, Shruti.
Hi, Desiree, and welcome to the Commission. Thanks very much for coming. The reason you're here is because I suggested you'd be a really great witness. So I hope that's all right. I'm an independent consultant, and I'm actually chair of BME Housing Association in Leeds, in the heart of Leeds, in Chapeltown, where the Leeds Carnival operates. And actually, we've gained some Windrush money, by the way. You know, we've got a Windrush exhibition, so I just thought I'd share that with you. I've been a resident in Sheffield for 30 years. And my past actually does include working for the council, including leading a review nearly 20 years ago which was about race, you know, services to Black, minority, ethnic people, but the city, services, workforce, the lot. And so here I am at the Commission. I think, you know, your opening statement was really powerful, and thank you for that. And I think, you know, many of us feel and share a lot of what you're saying. We've heard a lot of that in the Commission. I'll just sort of end my introduction by just saying I'm a bit of a dabbler in words and writing, but I'm at the bottom rung of the amateur ladder. Okay, so you know, I was really, and I know that writing is a big part of the cultural life of the city, actually. You know, I think it's sort of interesting what you do. So you know, I know you've been involved in so many things. You're a successful published writer, poet, journalist, lots of other things, and you're involved in many interesting projects and collaborations. And we've heard about some of the things and some of the activism that you've led. And you know, so much is about race, racism, identity, experiences, history, and justice. I know you've outlined some of it. I wondered if you wanted to tell us a bit more about some of your other work.
So I agitated and got the writer in residency job at the Sheffield Archive. And archiving I see is really important process, part of restorative justice, part of reparations, a part of healing in this city, that we uncover what's in the archive. So that's one thing. It's a huge mammoth task. The archive is underfunded. The people that are in there are struggling. They are amazing and they do above and beyond work. But how archives exist is about categories, right? So which goes back to what I'm saying about language. And how we think about language. So you as somebody outside has to go to the archive and say, can I have information about the Caribbean community? And then they will then go and have to find it. So if the word Caribbean isn't in there, then we're struggling. So it's a little bit of what I'm doing, which is to try and help them recategorize what they've got in there, because they have a lot in there. And one of the things that I've put out on Twitter and Instagram recently is finding the baptismal records of Thomas Pompey, who was baptized in Rotherham at the age of 14. And what was he doing there? How did he get there? What is his life? And he was also the godson of the Duke of Carmarthen or something like that, which is why we have a record of him in the first place. So I'm trying to address the obvious silences of the archive. I've been on this kind of journey since 2019, and I think it's work that needs to be continued. So that's one thing that I'm doing. I'm doing too much, I think. The other thing that I'm doing is I'm also curating some Black women writers for Off the Shelf. This is my second year in doing it. Last year we did it. It was mostly online, and it was hugely successful. Off the Shelf is another festival that I feel has at least thought about who gets access to the writers and the readers, acknowledging the fact that not only do we read as a community, we also write too. And outside of us, people are interested in our stories. So that's in my second year. It's tricky because of budgets, and I'm trying to operate where I'm getting as many local writers as I can in there at the same time as writers that I think other people would like to see and listen to. So one of the writers that I'm very proud of is Olivet Hotel, who is our only Black female historian. And that says a lot, and she has a lot of it. If you follow her on Twitter, you can see that she has a lot of experience, a lot of things that she's doing. Her book is amazing. So that's that's a couple of things that I'm doing, and I've had a couple of short stories published recently too.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because you said that you agitated, that you're implying your agitation got you these roles, got you involved in these. I mean, can you just say a little bit about how you managed to get the position at Sheffield Archives and get involved in these festivals, because you're big in festival of debate as well, aren't you? And I mean, I've seen you there, and I've had Twitter exchanges with you actually.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
that's where you might recognise my name because I follow you on Twitter.
Yes, I'm the world's most boring Twitter person, but I think because I saw that there was the unpacking of archives is something that's been happening around the country for at least 10 years. As I say, I'm from London, so I get to go back and up and down before the pandemic quite often. And the kind of redressing of what archives could possibly be doing has been going on for a while in other cities. And I felt like, well, it needs to happen here. If we look at, say, Glasgow, and we look at universities who are also talking about their involvement with the legacy of the slave trade and what it is that's meant for universities invested. Therefore, university buildings have been bought and built on the strength of the legacy of that trade, not just about street names and road signs, but also something which is as important. I believe that to be important also, but that the city itself not quite acknowledge its own part. When I started to write a short story, which is in the Book of Sheffield, I discovered a young Black girl who was brought over as part of an Ashanti village to Sheffield as entertainment in 1902. 100 strong Ashanti people set up in a fake village where people paid to go and see them. This isn't new, and it's been going on for a long time. But the fact is that there is a Ashanti baby in Sheffield General Cemetery in an unmarked communal grave. And to me, that just touched me. And I felt like there's something that needed to happen about her. Her name is Kaya Kusia Mansa, and I needed to find her, which I can't, there's 86,000 burials in that cemetery, but also to highlight her story. So I'm very much concerned with hidden voices, marginalized voices, and the fact that she was here and she still is kind of here, and we needed to know more about her. So I guess that started my journey. And through that short story doing quite well, and me being, I'm not a historian, I'm a history nerd, quite frankly, but me being such a history nerd and wanting to find out more, and I specifically wanted to find a pre both world wars Black and brown presence in Sheffield. So that's really at the start of my journey. In terms of the archive, it was because I'd already started to go there thinking about Kaya Kusia Mansa and where she was, and is there any newspaper articles about the village, which there is, please go and check that out. I then talked to the archive and said, you need a writer in residence here, because I don't understand why you're not doing what other cities are doing. And Sheffield kind of, a teenage daughter of a friend of mine said Sheffield's kind of male, pale and stale, that it doesn't respond quickly to what's happening in other cities, and it sits in between Manchester and Leeds as the city that says no quite often to progressive change and transformative justice. So yeah, so then that started the process, which took quite a while to work out and stuff. But I hope that's answered your question, Shruti.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, I wondered how much you're engaging with Black, Asian, minority ethnic communities as well through your various projects, including the Archives project.
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Yeah, I wondered if you were reaching out to them or they had any kind of involvement. I mean, there are probably a lot of hidden stories there as well, do you think? Absolutely.
So I have now got like a little cohort of volunteers that are happy to step in to the archive and do literally the page turning and looking for these stories. At the same time, this is a pilot project. I hate the term pilot project. It makes me feel anxious. I end up thinking that the work isn't going to get done. So I try and involve as many people as I possibly can. It doesn't matter if it's pilot to me or not, the work still has to be there, but they are talking about now applying for heritage money so that what I've started can continue, which would then involve, as I say, I've tried to involve as many artists as I can, budget allowing, but then the heritage project will also involve communities too.
Fantastic. And you know, while we're talking about some of the things you're involved in, I mean, you mentioned festival dates and off the shelf, and you said they try to reach out to and sort of think about accessibility. I just wondered if you could say a bit more about that and your experience of being part of them.
I suppose. Sorry, carry on.
I was going to say, are they different to some of the other festivals that you see and events around the city?
Are they different? Oh, I'm not sure what you mean. Are they different how? Who?
In terms of accessibility, in terms of diversity, in terms of thinking about that, in terms of white spaces.
Right, yes, I see what you're saying. So I think that Off the Shelf has made a radical sea change over the last maybe 3 years or so, and they are far more accessible than they have been. And also my involvement, I've asked for and gotten that we make sure that we have lower ticket prices and free tickets as well to people. I made that this is important for it to be as open and as accessible as possible. I think Off the Shelf in terms of other festivals, the problem with Sheffield is it's a clash between getting big names so that they can sell the tickets, but also representing the communities in which they sit in. And I think most festivals struggle with that. I think Dockfest is a great example of how that doesn't work, where it ends up becoming a bit of a jolly for people from London to get drunk around the city, and the filmmakers that live and work here do not really get access to that. And also the tickets are phenomenally high. And I'm hoping that I've got nothing to do with DocFest, and I'm hoping that changes fairly soon. The Festival of Debate, I'm a prolific reader, which I think you have to be if you're a writer. And the Festival of Debate, basically, I'm not part of their coordinating team. I'm not part of their charity, or I don't make those decisions about what's coming or what should be coming. And perhaps that might be my next that might be my next move, Shruti. But they employ me to read books and to interview authors that they feel can add to the debate of where we're at now, whether that's about race, whether that's about class, which I didn't mention, whether that's about gender. So the Festival of Debate is, I think, is in a unique position in trying to make sure that they address issues of the day rather than doing it retrospectively. But my power in that is very limited.
Okay, thank you. And you know, well, I know you mentioned DocFest, so I couldn't let that go. Sort of, I had to mention the scandal from a couple of years ago around Stacey Dooley, and I know there was a Twitter exchange, and actually I commented on that as well. But yeah, you commented on that, and yeah, there was something that you said, and I think you probably already addressed this, what you just said, but you said that the main festivals here are overwhelmingly white-centered, middle-class and overpriced. Telling them this usually leads to being labelled angry or awkward or met with silence. I wondered if there was some experiences around that you might feel comfortable, and it's okay if you don't, but if there are some experiences you feel comfortable sharing with us related to that.
That was interesting that time, wasn't it? I think that what I will say is that that particular thing, that was about redressing how someone was being spoken to, if I remember rightly, yeah. where DocFest was, they put on a presenter who was part of Comic Relief, and we're kind of, let's talk about Comic Relief and finding a Black child to smile into a camera with. Let's think about what that means for white saviorism and how Africa and its various countries are viewed by Europe. And that moment where at a discussion, somebody mentioned this kind of Comic Relief debacle, and that thing should change, and they were rounded upon and told to leave, and it was dealt very badly by the festival. I felt they should, because it was to do with the BBC. This is a little bit more complicated, but as far as I remember, it was to do with the BBC, and the BBC are like a junket when it comes up for DocFest, so it buys a stage basically, and therefore presumes that it owns it, and its conduct was very, very bad. So I think it's a little bit more complex than I can get into, Shruti, but I know exactly the incident that you mean.
And you wrote a great article, didn't you, for the Racial Justice Network around that, called "Let Go of the Baby," around white saviorism.
Yes.
So you know that was, and it, you know, you mentioned white saviorism a bit earlier as well.
Yeah.
And I wondered, do you see any of that in the city?
Yes, I do. Again, I don't think I'm necessarily best placed to talk about how the city treats its asylum seekers and people seeking refuge. But there's a whole heap of white saviorism when it comes to feeling like the Black community needs rescuing, and not giving it a power to make decisions, and not acknowledging the work that's already been done by quite a lot of grassroots work, and also the idea of a model minority, and the ideas around just going to help you. We're just going to help. We're here to help. We're just here to help. When at the same time, you're not in any state, any part addressing your own complicitness or your own biases about what it is that you think you are doing for someone else. So I think there is that, and I think there is that in different sectors. That's what I mean. So different sectors have to deal with that in different ways, and probably the best way to talk about that is to talk to our organizations that deal with people seeking asylum, and they can tell you about white saviorism.
Thanks, Desiree. If I could just sort of go back a bit and ask you about your, I know you've already said quite a lot about this already, but your views, the cultural life of the city, how it relates to people of colour. So I suppose if I start off by asking you, how accessible do you think arts and culture are to our diverse community?
I think I kind of said, I don't think it is in the way that it could be or in the way that it should be. So, and what do we measure success by? I've been involved in many conferences and panels where, you know, a success was declared and most of the people contributing it thought, no, that didn't work. That wasn't good, or the outcomes weren't what we wanted, or the outcomes were horrendous. So I think discussing what we mean by success probably is a great starting point. Are the arts accessible to Black people in the city at the moment? And I would say generally, no, not really. Not just by virtue of where it is being town centre, but also by what's programmed, what is put on. I don't know how many Black plays the Crucible or Lyceum have had over the last year, or I've no idea how many plays. Yeah, I mean, I understand the last year has been the pandemic and stuff, but the point stands is that what is the programming of these festivals, and does that include and does that make it accessible to our communities of colour, to working class people? And I don't think it does generally because of what it puts on.
And are any of our communities part of the programming, making those decisions?
Well, this is the challenge, isn't it? And this is where we have to be. And this is why the agitation needs to take place. Otherwise, again, I'll mention institutional resistance here. It doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen in a timely way either. This kind of tiny incremental changes is not enough. And it doesn't work, and quick fixes, as I said before, doesn't work either. So I think I do not like when people say, well, things are getting better, but because that also always waters down the message of the but bit. But I do think that there's far more work to be done in making sure that these things are accessible, and that people want to come into the town centre. People want to come to the showroom because of the films that's being screened, or a writer that they want to listen to read, or a play that they want to see, and that's just not happening enough.
Yeah.
Shruti, sorry, Shruti, you've got time for one more question.
Okay. Just to finish that bit off, accessibility is one thing, participation is another, isn't it? And being part of the creative process, and you know that there are questions about that as well. Can I just ask you about Our Mel, because I know you've been very involved with them.
Yeah.
I think it might be good for commissioners to hear about Our Mel in your work and why it was established and what it's achieving.
Well, Annalisa Takora is the founder of Our Mel, and she's probably best placed to talk about how it came about. She is best placed to talk about how it came about, and what it's come from and what it's doing now. But being involved with Our Mel has been, with Our Mel in the city, it's changed the landscape of the city. So it feels a lot more inclusive with organizations like Our Mel, who deliver all kinds of different workshops and retreats for Black women and women of color. And they talk about, and also literary workshops, which is how I first started with Our Mel, is that I was delivering creative writing workshops with her in partnership with the university. And Our Mel works really well in tapping what a lot of organizations don't do, which is Black women and brown women and any woman of color that particularly want to look at certain aspects of their lives, whether it be in creativity, whether it be self-care and healing, whether it be justice. Our Mel does that, and a lot of organizations don't. So she definitely fills in a gap for Black women in this city.
And has it had an impact on mainstream activity?
That's a tricky, I think it has in a way, but I'm sure that most organizations, most bigger mainstream organizations perhaps won't necessarily admit it. But also thinking that I don't necessarily think I can answer that question. I think those organizations should be asked that question and be made to answer that question. As the letters about the Ignite Imagination that I talked to you about before, I cited a few organizations that are best placed to deliver that Windrush work, and Our Mel was one of them. The fact that they hadn't heard of it or they didn't think about it is beggars belief that the council still doesn't know who lives here and who works here.
Desiree, thank you very much. I think we could talk for a couple more hours easily, but I have to stop, and I believe there might be some of my fellow commissioners who've got questions as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Shruti. I wonder if I could just bring Olivier in to talk about the Bantu program, the archiving program in Sheffield, that's being led by himself and Rob Cottrell and Sadaka. Olivier, could you?
Of course, yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. The Bantu Aircraft Program is a program designed to go back into our own identity and then tell our story. This was done in partnership with Sheffield University. And Robert Cottrell, our chair 3 years ago, had this idea of actually mapping our people in Sheffield and then telling our story from our own view. Then he made contact with Sheffield University with the LIFE project, and together with Sadaka, we welcome nearly 10 MA students here to talk. That means to actually draft and go into detail with the story of our people here. And initially, it was called the Black Archive Program. But what came into our mind is that we didn't want to define ourselves in terms of color. What we wanted was to move away from colorism and then actually see ourselves as a one people nation, all people. And that's how the word Bantu came across. And this was very, very important, because for the university as well, it was a chance for them to know a bit more about the word Bantu. That just means people, regardless of your color. And this is what defined the program. And the program had a lot of interesting, people Google it a lot. Then the Bantu Archive program was very, very successful. We received a lot of interest from the Star. I think I've shared the article from the Star with all the commissioner and also from the university. And many members of...
Olivier,
yes.
Sorry, can I just check? Are you working with the Sheffield City Archives? Are you planning to connect with Desiree and others? Do you see a natural collaboration emerging there?
Of course. We at Sadaka love to collaborate, and I think that we do have people who work for the Sheffield Archive, someone like Clinton and Leroy, who collaborate with us. Then, and I will be so pleased if Desiree herself can probably link up with us and we can share everything that we got about the archive, because we have done a lot of work here at Sadaka regarding the Bantu Archive program.
I think for me, I'm not based in Sheffield, but given what you've both said, and because of your connection with the archive, I'm surprised that you haven't already got together. And I don't know how the archives work, but I would have immediately have brought you together had I been involved in the archives. So that's something to work on later, and hopefully you can exchange details and connect and and develop your work even further. So I was thinking there might be a question in there for you, Desiree, but there wasn't. It was more about information and a potential offer of collaboration. But I'm in looking at the clock. We've actually run out of time. You started off by saying you don't know really what you can offer us, but you've already offered us a lot, and this session has been very rich, and we really appreciate your contribution, and we understand your caution in coming to us, but we're glad that you have, and your words will continue ringing in our ears as we go forwards through the next day and towards reporting. So Desiree, thank you very much for supporting us today, and hopefully we can touch base a little bit further down the line.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Desiree.
Take care.
Thank you. Hello, Rebecca. How are you? Kevin Hilton here. I'm chairing the session today. Thanks for your attendance this morning. I'm joined by commissioners, as you can see around me. But before we begin our dialogue, I'm going to just hand you back to Adele Robinson, who leads the Secretariat, who will go through a little bit of housekeeping for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'll just take you through, as Kevin said, a little bit of context about the Commission. So, as you may know, the Commission is an inquiry into the natures, causes, impact and extent of racial inequality and racism in Sheffield. It was established to focus on 6 key themes of health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, and crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the final hearing and the second day of the sport and culture hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there will be a final report published, which will go to key stakeholders in Sheffield for action. As a witness here today, you've been asked to share your knowledge and information about the 5 key areas of the Race Equality Commission. And those areas are information on racial inequality and racism within Sheffield, which you think will be of use to the Commission. Any knowledge of yours or other approaches to race-related duties or frameworks. Any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within the sector in which you're in. Any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within Sheffield. By being asked to be a witness, you're required to act in good faith, and by being here, we are assuming that you're doing so. Can I just also let you know that this has been recorded, and the session will be on the website afterwards, and any non-confidential evidence that you've already submitted will also go on the Commission's website afterwards. Can I ask all those in attendance to please wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and commissioners and invited guests also introduce yourself for the recording before speaking. If commissioners have got any questions, can you remind you to put them in the chat to me, and I'll send them on to the chair. And now I'd like to hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele, and Rebecca, welcome. I wonder, before we begin our Q&A, if you like, I wonder if you could say just a little bit about yourself and the capacity in which you're attending, and if you could say just a little bit about your submission and the highlights around your submission.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to present to the Race Equality Commission. So my name is Rebecca Maddox. I work for Sheffield City Council. My job title is Head of Business Development for Culture. And I really welcome this opportunity to present to you and to receive the Commission's advice and guidance and recommendations to create positive change. So my role, I work for 4 days a week for Sheffield City Council as part of the Culture and Environment Department. Now, other than the Director of Culture, Lisa Firth, who also manages Parks and Countryside, Sport and Recreation and Bereavement Services, I'm the only member of staff with a direct remit for supporting culture. There are colleagues in other parts of the council who have related roles in events, city promotion and libraries. Over recent decades, I think it's fair to say that sport has had a higher profile in Sheffield than culture. However, that is starting to change, partly through the ongoing work of the Sheffield Culture Consortium, the new private sector-led Sheffield Culture Collective, changes to City Council leadership, and the support of the City Region Mayor, Dan Jarvis, who's appointed a South Yorkshire Director for Arts, Culture and Heritage. Part of my City Council role, I've been coordinating a small group of council officers with support from Sheffield Museums and guidance from Yen Fong Ling from Sheffield Hallam and Alex Mason from the University of Sheffield. And I hope you'll have had a chance to read the latest version of the Cultural Holdings report, which has just been published on the City Council's Citizen Space site and on the City Council website. And I guess it will also be on the Commission's website as well. We would really value your guidance on how best to take this piece of work forward to help create a Sheffield which properly represents all its people in its physical surroundings, archives and museum collections. So just a bit more about my role. About half my role involves sitting on, chairing or servicing various boards and committees on behalf of the City Council. The other half involves supporting the work of the Sheffield Culture Consortium, which is a voluntary working group made up of the chief executives of Sheffield's larger cultural institutions, plus some art form reps. And I think you'll be hearing today also from Kim Streets from Sheffield Museums and Vanessa Toolman from the University of Sheffield. Kim is the current consortium chair and Vanessa is a previous chair. Sheffield has an unusual cultural structure with quite not that many large organisations and a wealth of smaller organisations and individual creatives. The City Council itself doesn't run any cultural provision, as might happen in other places, and Sheffield Museums and Sheffield Theatres are independent trusts. The Culture Consortium is monthly sometimes to share information, to plan joint working, and to initiate and support projects of citywide benefit. So that's things like the 2016 Year of Making, Sheffield Creative Guild, the Sheffield Festival's Mentoring Network, the expansion of our favourite places Culture Guide website, the Making Ways Visual Arts programme, and the creation of the Sheffield Culture Collective. It has no funds of its own, but was able to bring together contributions from a number of partners and the City Council to run a small freelancers fund earlier this year, and a second round is now in progress. Part of my wider role is to try to connect and network people. I send a weekly email culture update to an expanding list of culturally engaged organisations and people based on information which is sent to me. I've tried to ensure that both the content and the mailing list reflect the diversity of the city, but this could clearly be improved further. Following the end of an Arts Council project called Cultural Destinations, I've continued to support and expand the festival's mentoring network, which normally meets twice a year, although it met every week on Zoom for the first weeks of lockdown, to provide mutual support and advice. Members of this include Melanin Fest, Sheffield Carnival, Migration Matters, South Asian Heritage Month and She Fest. This group has developed a safer festivals anti-harassment policy and held safeguarding training for members, including Sheffield Carnival. The Culture Consortium has a 5-year plan which was published in 2017. One of the goals within that...
So Rebecca, can I just...
Yes.
We only needed a brief introduction at this stage. We appreciate your enthusiasm around this, and we'll come back to some of the things I expect you were going to raise.
Sorry.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive introduction. We really appreciate it. Before I introduce one of my colleagues, Rhonda, you made a point about it's a broad point around engagement, but you were being specific around your mailing list and the need for improvement around that in terms of, I expect, diverse ethnic communities and so on. Why did you conclude that you need to improve that process of mailing out and connecting with different communities?
Partly because I've been involved in other activities recently. There was a great seminar which the University of Sheffield did a couple of weeks ago about Sheffield and the impacts of slavery. And I met a number of people on that call who I hadn't met before. And indeed, I don't know everybody on this call. So that kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? That, you know, my networks are not sufficiently good, strong or wide. So if anybody would like to be on my mailing list, I know Yen is on it, but if anybody else would, please drop me a line, because I would love to include you.
Okay. Thank you. Rhonda, can I just invite you to introduce yourself and before asking your first question?
Okay. Good morning, Rebecca. Welcome. Thank you, Kevin, as well. My name's Rhonda Allen. I'm one of the former directors of Sheffield Carnival. Also an employee of Sheffield City Council. I work as a youth prevention worker. I'm also a costume carnival judge. I wasn't born in Sheffield, came to Sheffield and attended Sheffield Harlem University, where I did my undergrad in planning studies and my master's in urban regen. So I'm passionate about carnival and regeneration. Okay, so my first question to you, Rebecca, is, can you outline, you started to answer this, but I'm still going to ask as well. Can you outline any specific plans and activities relating to the historic structural imbalance and underrepresentation of culturally specific arts and cultural organizations in Sheffield?
Yep. Okay, I suppose I would answer that to say that there are a number of things happening already which some culturally diverse organisations are involved with. So I guess I was giving an example of the Festivals Mentoring Network. And I guess I would also give an example of another project which the Culture Consortium is working on, called Darnall Community of Culture, which is based in Darnall. Obviously, it's a very diverse set of communities there. And that's a project which has had a research and development stage, consulting with communities in Darnall to help inform a larger bid, which will hopefully support all kinds of cultural and creative activity in that area, and also help to strengthen links between city centre provision and outlying communities, because we know that people often don't access what they could access if they had barriers removed and encouragement and easier pathways to do that. I think also that the Culture Consortium that I work with, they are the larger organisations. Most of them are based in the city centre, and I think they need to kind of change their or develop their outreach to communities across Sheffield, so they're not just expecting people to come to them. I think that started in some respects, but I think there's an awful lot more to do. And I think libraries actually have a really important part to play in that, because we have a network of libraries in all communities in the city. So that's partly what that Darnall project is trying to work on.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned the city centre. What is your input into the Future High Street Fund?
Okay, not that much, to be fair. When you speak to Vanessa, she'll be able to tell you all about it. Council officers within planning have been involved. So just very briefly, the Future High Streets Fund in Sheffield is going to involve a building on Fargate, which is going to be called Event Central, and that will be set up as a space for co-working, for events. There's going to be a creche. There's going to be all the infrastructure actually set up there to allow cultural events to happen in that space, but also outside on Fargate itself. And there's going to be, Fargate is going to be remodelled to become like an event space, if you like, particularly outside the old Virgin Bank. That area will become like an events arena. And there's also going to be work done to improve the alleyways off the side of Fargate, which are pretty grotty for now and need to be more pleasant and safer. And it's also going to include having more accommodation over the shops in Fargate, which will basically make the area safer and more vibrant, and obviously sort of diversify uses in that area. But Vanessa is your person to have, chapter and verse on that.
I will add that I attended the workshop yesterday.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I attended yesterday.
So Ron, can I just interrupt just to ask for a couple of points of clarification? Rebecca, you said that you're the only officer with the direct remit of culture in the local authority.
Yep.
Then you said that you didn't have very much involvement, or you don't have very much involvement with the Fargate project.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? So who is actually leading it from the city council's point of view? Where's that leadership coming from?
It's coming from the planning department, somebody called Matt Heyman, and he and his team are working with the University of Sheffield on that project. Okay.
All right. So so you as the person with the direct link to culture are not involved in that project?
Not directly, partly because I work 4 days a week. It's a regeneration project, so it's more kind of for regeneration staff. I was hoping to be at the session yesterday as well, but wasn't able to. I've been involved in the consultation process as that bid was being developed some time ago. Yes. I think it's fair to say I have my fingers in a lot of pies, but only a little bit in each pie because there's only so much of my time to spread around. And
just the 10 fingers, of course.
Only those, I'm afraid.
Yeah. So, and you also mentioned the festival's mentoring network earlier on. Could you tell us a bit about that? What does that involve?
Yeah. Okay. Well, this was something which originally came out of an Arts Council funded project. It was just supporting 5 of the larger festivals. But when that project ended, we'd already expanded it actually before the project ended. It's an opportunity for festivals organisers to get together and support themselves. I'm not an expert on festivals at all. A lot of my role with all the things that I do is about enabling others and bringing people together because they're the experts, they're the specialists. But traditionally, we were meeting twice a year. And that was an opportunity for networking, for sharing good practice, for also working on this safer festivals policy, which festivals decided that they wanted. This was about this document. It's about expectations on festivals. They should basically treat everyone with respect. We know in some situations festivals can be quite lively. Or have I frozen?
We can hear you, Rebecca. Yeah. Don't worry.
I think I've frozen.
You have frozen, but we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're back on.
Sorry. So yes, this is about trying to set expectations for festival goers in all kinds of behaviour, basically. So that was something we just completed it as lockdown kicked in. So then we switched very quickly to these weekly meetings, which were very much about people just supporting one another. We were able to take part in University of Sheffield research into the impact of COVID on festivals and freelancers. We were able to, again, University of Sheffield and I were able to set up something that we called the Culture Hub in association with Our Favourite Places, which was a about a place where anyone could put online content, cultural content, on, and make it available to everybody. So we tried to kind of adapt and support during this COVID period. The other thing that we're doing is something called the Sheffield Showcase, which is bringing together lots of different festival activities in the first weekend of September, and that's that's involved quite a number of different groups as well. Obviously, those who felt able to take part in that.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Yes, thank you, Kevin. So, Rebecca, can you tell us about any initiatives that address the challenges for artists of color and culturally specific arts organizations relating to, underrepresentation, sustainability, lack of staff capacity, and improving opportunities for underserved ethnic communities? I think you're
Yes.
frozen. All right.
I think specifically. Oh, can you hear me again?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I think in Sheffield, there are a number of things. There are a number of things happening. I don't necessarily know everything. I think it's worth explaining that that the city council has this kind of almost has encouraged the sector to be self-supporting, and whether that's diverse communities or all the communities in Sheffield. And I think there is a lot that is being done through different organisations. So, for example, Theatre Delicatessen are running a programme for Black creatives. There are a number of things which are going on. In terms of things that I'm directly involved with, so that's the kind of things that the Sheffield Culture Consortium are doing. We had the Freelancer Fund. That was open, obviously, to all artists and creatives in the city. And 10% of apps were from diverse communities. I don't actually have the figures on the proportions of the successful applicants. A point I think I was going to pick up on this, that's clearly something we need to do better. We need to be better at collecting data on who benefits from the things that we do. And I think there's a wider point, Rhonda, probably, about there ought to be specific targeted activity which helps underrepresented creatives and groups. And maybe that's something really specific that, as the Culture Consortium, we could kind of pick up and run with. And I mean, obviously, that would have to be properly, coming from those artists and those groups and those communities in terms of what they want and need. But it might be that the Culture Consortium can use its kind of structures to help get the funding for that. So, as an example about how the consortium works, it doesn't have funds of its own. But for example, we did a project called Making Ways, which was Arts Council funding for visual artists. And we know that a number of artists of colour did benefit from that. That was things like commissions, exhibitions, training, other supportive activity. I think, again, we could have done better. And some of this comes back, I think, to forging those networks and relationships so that people know what's available to them and feel that they are able to get involved. And, it's not enough. It's not enough just to put information out there. That's clearly the case. So there's much more that could be done. But the idea of a specific programme, I think, is a really interesting one. We would need to find a funding source that would support that. But I would be really happy to take that back to the consortium and suggest that as a really kind of tangible outcome.
Okay, because I look at the statement that the Sheffield Culture Consortium, and they said that we recognize there's a long way to go, but we will work harder to learn, reach out, employ, promote, celebrate, campaign, change. So, what is your take on that, Rebecca?
Yeah, well, I completely support it. I think it will, because the consortium is made up of a lot of different organisations, it's partly down to the individual organisations to work on this. We've been doing joint training certainly since 2019. Originally that was with Aloma Onyema from Sheffield Hallam. She did some work with us on improving recruitment and retention. Since then, we've done a bit more. We also linked up with somebody called Roger White, who runs an organisation called Black Lives in Music, and he's agreed to work alongside the Culture Consortium to kind of provide external challenge, and that was particularly in the context of boards and governance. There was a really good session at the Voluntary Action Sheffield ran earlier in the year, particularly looking at the race code and governance, and a number of consortium members went to that. We had a kind of informal discussion session about that, and then brought in Roger to build on that further. So I think it's about trying to help all the different organisations within the consortium move forward. Obviously, they also have their own professional bodies in some cases supporting them, like the Museums Association, which I know Sheffield Museums are working very closely with. But there's also there's the kind of the member level of the consortium, and then there's what the consortium itself does, and that's kind of my job to help them do that. So it's a case of us doing things better and differently in terms of the kinds of projects that we might promote, and also how we do those things, and how we actually build in, for example, more outreach so that we can actually involve different people. We get much beyond the usual suspects. There might be other ways that we actually need to be doing things differently, which enable more people to benefit. And I think we just need to keep working away at that.
Okay. My next question to you would be, in light of the recent events of the Windrush project and Ignite Imaginations, can you unpack the situation for these commissioners and the public who are listening in on this hearing?
Okay. Again, that's not something I was directly involved with. It's referenced in the report which came to you, because it's part of something that archives were involved with. And so therefore I was aware that something was happening because it was mentioned in the report. I was also aware because I was emailed by Otis Mensah with all the concerns about what had happened. But I think it might be better for Adele to pick up on that, because I think the Equalities team are those who were most involved.
Okay. So in terms of funding, how would you describe the way arts funding is received and distributed in the city?
I would say that compared with other cities, Sheffield doesn't devote as much funding to cultural activity. And I think that, in a sense, that disadvantages all artists, you could argue. So that's a concern. We also know that nationally, Sheffield receives less funding from funding bodies like the Arts Council and like the Heritage Lottery. So there's a huge piece of work to be done in actually Sheffield getting its fair share. And I think that applies to all artists and creatives in all communities. But I think it's likely to particularly based on historical knowledge, it may particularly disadvantage those from diverse communities who perhaps feel they can't access those grants so easily. So I would agree that's a huge issue under.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to get my head around this because I'm thinking here, do you have any concerns about how available and accessible funding is for people across Sheffield?
Yes, I do. I have a very small budget myself, which I have control of, and I use that to try to support strategic cultural activity in the city. I also, in some cases, have been able to use it as match funding for organisations. So in fact, last year I was able to provide £1,000 to Sheffield Carnival for their Arts Council application. So they're on a very small scale, given that my role is to try to support culture across the city. I try to target some of those resources to groups that particularly represent the diverse communities of Sheffield.
Okay, thank you. So my next question would be, how significant is ethnicity as a factor to explain who distributes and receives funding in the arts?
Wow. In a sense, I don't know, but given that there is insufficient evidence of having a diverse leadership within organisations, it's likely that disadvantages diverse communities. And I don't think that's necessarily deliberate in every sense, but I think I can imagine that may be what happens.
So just for clarification, Rebecca, you stated that because a lot of the senior leadership or organizations, because they are white-led, communities that are from, let's say, from the BAME community are at a disadvantage because of this?
I think that's a risk. I mean, equally, I would say that Arts Council England has started to take diversity much more seriously over recent years. And they've actually, their new Let's Create strategy and their investment principles are much more targeted on supporting artists from diverse communities. So I think there is a process that will continue to change, but we're obviously not there yet at all. And I think because this is structural in so many ways, it's a case of trying to change the structures as well as change the immediate and medium term and longer term outcomes.
So if you had an opportunity to change your structure, what would you do?
Oh gosh, I think the work that the Culture Consortium has been doing, looking at board structures, I think is one really significant opportunity, because I think that's about having more diversity on boards or in positions of power, and then things can be done differently and the needs of more communities can be properly understood and then actually responded to.
So it means that we possibly have to look at recruitment in terms of boards.
Yes,
and make
definitely.
it more accessible to people of culture, because we don't want to, for want of a better word, tokenism.
Yeah.
We want the right people for the right job.
Yes.
And we want people that will be on the recruitment process that will make a positive difference. Because it's difficult when you go into an interview and you sit across from people that don't look like you. You start off feeling at a disadvantage. And I think that needs to change,
Mm-hmm.
and it
Yes.
needs to be looked at.
Yes.
It's not a level playing field.
Yeah.
Which moves
Yes.
me on to my next question. The Decolonizing Street Names and Monuments report outlines a number of key historical narratives and organizational factors. What is striking about the report is the potential for partnership in your strategic role. What do you see as the challenges to acting on this research in relation to the arts, archives, statues, etc.?
Yeah. Thank you. That's a really great question.
Thank you.
It's been really fascinating being part of this process, and I'm really happy to have been involved with this. What it does show is that this is very complex. We need to make an awful lot of different changes. Some of them are potentially internal to the council, so that could be about how street names are actually, new street names are decided, and that's something that the council could sort out internally, I think. But more widely, sort of responding to the statues and street names and so forth that we have, that needs to be a much wider conversation. I don't think the council can just say, here's a statue or a street name, we're going to do this or that about it. There needs to be education and debate and community consultation, and potentially, more public art, and redressing some of the balance of the current physical environment, so that it does better represent the citizens of Sheffield. Now, all of that takes resources, and I know some people get cross when we say it's resources are really tight, but that is the truth. There are ways that existing funds can be used. So, for example, there's a new park that's being put together as part of Heart of the City 2. There's public art funding that is going into that, and that is being looked at in quite a different way, rather than just sort of perhaps, I don't know, going to artists who've been used before. But that's going to be a much wider process, and that's going to involve community involvement and hopefully school children in creating art for that place. So I'm not being very coherent, I'm sorry. There are some things that the City Council can just sort. There are some things where current activity can be done differently and better. But there's also, I think, a real need for education and community engagement for all communities, just to understand it. I didn't understand until I'd done this piece of work what the city possibly looks like if you're from a diverse community, and the fact that it is inherently quite oppressive, and it takes a process for people to work that out and understand that. So there's all of that. There's also the need to understand specifically how we respond to some of these, particularly street names or other sort of physical manifestations in the city, and the best way we can do that. And so that needs to be, consultation with communities, taking a lead from others, because, as I say, the City Council doesn't really have the expertise or the right, really, just to decide that for itself.
So I'm thinking this is an opportunity for your department to do some work with Sheffield Archives then, because we recently heard from Desiree that they're struggling for funding. So this is something that can be looked at, seeing that resources are tight. Why reinvent the wheel?
Yes, that's true. I mean, we have obviously been working with archives on this particular project. Yes, I think I think Desiree's post is being funded by the University of Sheffield. Is that correct?
I'm not too sure.
Yes, I think so.
I don't. She didn't actually say. She talked about her work with the archives, but she didn't actually say where the resource was coming from.
Right. That's what I understand. I mean, I think what it does show up is we need to be bringing in all kinds of partners to help do this work. The City Council can't do it on its own. Equally, I think Kate Joseph's our Chief Executive. I know she's really committed to this work and finding ways that we can sort of team and ladle to support it. But it is partly a resource issue, because good community engagement, it involves time, people, expertise, all of that. It's not easy, and I think obviously particularly at the moment, because most City Council staff are still working from home, that gives additional challenges as well.
I think I've two more questions, and then I'll pass it back to our Chair Kevin. So in case any other commissioners have any questions.
Okay. Do you think you could?
I could ask one, Kevin.
Yes, please. Thanks.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
So in terms of longevity and sustainability and accountability, what's going to happen moving forward? Because I'm thinking over the hearings that we heard, there were a lot of promises, there were a lot of, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But we want to know, in terms of culture and in terms of Sheffield City Council, how are we going to be reassured as commissioners and the general public that things are going to change for the better?
I think the City Council is really committed to change, which is good. I think the Culture Consortium is committed to change. I think the fact that we've now got some external challenge to work with us will help. I think the idea of trying to work out a specific project or programme which is going to support diverse cultural organisations, I think that's a really helpful and really specific thing. I mean, the statement on the Culture Consortium website, which you quoted from Rhonda, I mean, that is there in public, and I think it's something that we need to be held accountable for as the Culture Consortium. And I hope in 12 months' time you would come back and say things have changed in a number of different ways, and that's hopefully will be partly through the work that's being prompted by the Statues and Street Names report. But there's an awful lot more as well, and I mean, I genuinely think that Culture Consortium members are really committed to moving things forward, and I think we need to test that out really, and review it in 12 months' time.
Okay, thank you very much, Rebecca, and I'll pass you back to Kevin. Thanks, you.
Thanks, Rhonda. So, Rebecca, will this program of change involve robust, data gathering around ethnicity, in regards to underrepresentation, who you're engaging with, and so on?
Yes, I think it has to. I mean, again, I would come back to a point about resources and time. It's actually difficult and time consuming to do these things properly, and everybody is absolutely weighed down with the amount of work that we're doing in all kinds of ways. So I'm not going to promise an easy fix, because I don't think that will be appropriate. I think the data issue is a really serious one though, and it's something again which activities that we are already doing we can do better at collecting and analysing that data. So, for example, the Making Ways programme, which was this 3-year arts programme, as I say, I know that there are diverse artists who benefited from that programme, but we didn't collect data that means that I can say it was this percentage and they were from these communities. So, you know, our bad on that one, and we need to do better in future.
Yeah, well, the notion of a quick fix is something that we would veer away from. You know, there are, of course, there are quick wins, but quick fixes, as Desiree Reynolds, said to us earlier, are more likely to perpetuate the entrenched problems that we have at the moment. But I think that where you're suggesting that in a year's time, if we came back to you, you'd be able to demonstrate some sort of movement. Well, that movement would have to start from somewhere. And so how do you know where you are at the moment without some form of data intelligence or whatever it might be? So you know, we know it's not easy, otherwise we wouldn't have spent the last year doing these working through this commission. But we appreciate that the City Council and its partners has, you know, a challenging job and has got a lot of work to do. I'm going to have you got just a minute, a couple of minutes, Rebecca?
Sure.
I'd just like to ask Shruti to select one of her questions, just one of her questions to ask. Shruti, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, Shruti.
I'm Shruti Bhargav. I'm an independent consultant, chair of the Beaming Housing Association. Used to work for the council a long time ago. I'm wondering about why a Black-led organisation like Our Mel, for example, that's trying to change the landscape in the city around arts and culture for diverse people, why they or similar organisations are not members of the Culture Consortium?
Okay. The reason is the Culture Consortium, when it was set up, it was largely the chief executives of larger organisations, because it tends to be the larger organisations who have the capacity to work beyond their own needs. And there's also an issue that previously there'd been a very large culture board with around 40 people on it, and very large groups are not effective. So there is an issue about that. You're absolutely right. The Culture Consortium, although some of its members, you know, have protected characteristics, but we are not sufficiently diverse. We have had a few diverse members in the past. We have a Sheffield Hallam rep who's getting more involved, which is brilliant. But it's not good enough. And part of that is to do with the structural inequalities issue, the fact that we don't have Black or Asian chief executives of arts organisations or larger arts organisations in Sheffield. So there is continually a question about whether the Culture Consortium should frame its membership differently. And that, in a way, obviously, I support their work. I don't tell them what to do, but it is something we're continuing to grapple with, and we need to do better on it.
I think Rebecca, I think what you've identified is something that we've already seen elsewhere in other sectors. You know, in relation to strategic organisations drawing their membership from larger organisations that themselves lack diversity. So we get this kind of reifying of what Roger Klein said last year in our health hearing, said kind of perpetuated these kind of snowy white peaks, which I think is a kind of a really interesting kind of use of his imagination, because it just gives you an indication of how one process leads to the next and leads to the next, and disadvantaging certain communities and whilst advantaging others, which is an interesting one. We have overrun a little bit, but so we will have to draw this session to a close, Rebecca. Thank you very much for your submissions and the references that you've made that were very helpful. And you know, clearly you're a supporter of the Commission, and we'd like that to continue. And if you're open to us coming back to you at some point, if we have points of clarification, we'd appreciate that also. So thank you very much for this session. Thanks also to commissioners for this session and the Secretariat. We will reconvene at 2 today. So thanks again. We'll speak shortly, and thank you very much, Rebecca.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Vanessa, hello, welcome.
Welcome, thank you.
Kevin Hilton here. It's good to see you. Good to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all. I think you're all appearing on my screen now, slowly.
Yes, yes. Vanessa, I'm conscious that you're bringing a guest with you as well.
No, I'm not bringing any guests. Who's this? I wasn't asked to bring a guest.
No. Is this? Can I just forget what I've just said there? Is that's something that came to me through the Secretariat, but I'm quite happy to.
Yeah, we thought that someone called Andy Cox was coming with you.
I explained that our submission was culture.
Okay.
Because it's, obviously we're two separate, very distinct departments in the university, and Andy was away, so nobody approached his department. So my submission's culture, so I thought it would be best.
Yeah.
I would be the person to represent culture and our work in the city.
Yes, Vanessa, and that was Vanessa. That was my reading, which is why I was stumped. I'm also happy. We're on the same page. We're on the same page, so not talking about that.
I'm also happy to go back to the Sport Sheffield and ask them to submit additional information if you require it afterwards.
No, it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. No, I think there's been some mix-up in the back room, but I think we've resolved it now.
Yeah, I did talk to colleagues last week, but I thought it was important that our work in the city was presented, and so I asked the university if I could present additional information, and they agreed. So I'm sorry, I only did it within the last 4 days, but I hope it's enough to at least start the discussion.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for attending. Before we get going, Vanessa, would you prefer Professor Tillman?
It's usually Professor Vanessa, to be honest.
Professor Vanessa. Okay. Yeah. All right, Professor Vanessa. That's where we'll go today. Okay. And before we get going, can I just hand you back to Adele Robinson to go over some housekeeping for us?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm just going to take you through a little bit about the context of the Commission before we start. So as you may know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, causes, impact and extent of racial inequality and racism within the city. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's the final hearing and the second day of the sport and culture hearings. At the culmination now of all of the hearings, there'll be a report which will be produced and sent to key stakeholders in Sheffield for action. You've been invited as a key witness to share your knowledge and information into 5 areas that the Commission are looking at. And those areas are racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think may be of use to the Commission; any knowledge of your other or race-related frameworks or duties, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within Sheffield. By being a witness, you're required to act in good faith, and by being here, we're assuming that you are doing so. Can I also note that the hearing is being recorded, and it will be available on the Commission's website afterwards, and any non-confidential evidence that you have given in will also be on the Commission's website. Can all those in attendance wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And for the recording, can commissioners and any invited guests introduce yourself before speaking? And can I just remind commissioners to send any questions to me in the chat, and I'll send them on to the chair. And now can I hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Can I just remind commissioners to send their questions directly to Adele rather than to all as well. Professor Vanessa, welcome.
Welcome.
Before I invite the commissioners to speak with you, as you can see, they've joined us today. I wonder if you could introduce yourself and perhaps just give us a sense of the different elements of your work, because you are multi-titled.
Yes,
as you know, as anyone who can see your biography can attest. Sorry. So perhaps you could just introduce yourself and perhaps connect your titles with the sort of work that you're doing in the city around culture, engagement, partnerships, and so on. Okay,
I just want to say one aspect about the submission, and I did say to Bashir earlier, some of the material that I've sent to you is relates to future programming that we are doing in our festivals, and they are subject to contracts that we are currently undergoing with publishers, and they've just asked that those are basically confidential until September, because they are contracts with quite prominent people in the country, and obviously we have to go through a legal requirement.
Yeah.
So and we're very excited about the programme, but we have to conform to the publishers' agreement. So my background, I am a professor of early film and popular entertainment, and I've worked for many years as a circus producer, an events manager, and a festival director over the UK, in America, and in Europe. I'm from a travelling family. My family are travelling show people. So I was born in a mixed community of living between a house and a fairground. So I have a very different sense of place to most people because of that background. I'm from a family of, I would say, predominantly working class in their approach to life and methodology, but I've been at the University of Sheffield for 30 years now. I came here as a student, as a PhD student, left, came back, and have been a professor of entertainment history since 15 years. My background is events management and production, meant I have worked internationally on as wide-ranging contracts as Cirque du Soleil, right through to Merlin, and spent 7 years in Blackpool running a festival. I came back to the university on secondment. I've always had the position in the university, but Kevin will know you often get put, do knowledge exchange or knowledge transfer, or you work for organisations, local governments, or different societal groups. The university role that I have is a role that I've had originally since 2012 through research funding, and then it was ratified and made official by the university in 2015, and then in 2018 formed larger part of a wider university initiative under the Civic University Agreement. So my wider department sits within a wider university economic strategy and societal benefit, and I run, specifically that aspect, the cultural and engagement strand. So my office is the most public facing part of the University of Sheffield. And we, for example, run 400 events a year and have engaged with 500,000 people over the last 5 years, in face and online. And obviously in the last 12 months, that's been predominantly online. We work with a range of organisations in the city. We work across the city. And in terms of my comments about the city, we feel that the cultural vibrancy of the city is not something that is pushed or recommended or invested enough in through the city, and is a great opportunity for combating lots of societal issues, in particular racism and lack of opportunity and lack of diversity. And we as a university have invested very heavily in terms of my budget to try and ensure there's equality of platforms and engagement for all the work we do.
So how does your, thank you very much, Professor Vanessa. So how can you started talking about the EDI work of the university. How does your work tie into the EDI work of the University of Sheffield?
Well, my work predominantly is research engagement. So I'm predominantly the actual platform for most of, nearly all of my academic colleagues' research engagement in the university within the funding councils and the locality. We are part of that framework that the university put forward, and I'm the equality champion for my own department to make sure internally that we practice what we preach, that we have a kind of straightforward pathway for all different aspects of our engagement. So I report into Susan Fitzmaurice, who is the chair of that commission in the university.
Could you say a bit more about how the equality champion ties in the race work then?
I can't really say about that because it's not something I've been directly engaged in for the last year. I basically, my work today is to represent how we look externally facing on our work in terms of the city. That's what I was asked to provide evidence on. So that's really what I've pushed in terms of our submission.
Okay.
We have an internal process that I'm working on with across the team in terms of looking at our equality and diversity issues that we may face, or good practice that we want to put forward, but we've only just really started that journey in the last 6 months in terms of the wider university framework.
Okay. For those people who don't know you, because you've talked about you're engaged in city and cultural engagement, and you're also involved in partnership and regional engagement.
Yeah.
So what does that mean for the layperson? So let's just say we're just talking about the garden fence. How would you explain that to me?
Really, we are the office that people who want to look at engaging with the university on culture and vibrancy, that are both internally, we are looking at creating partnerships with our colleagues in the university when they want a platform or they want to engage their work with communities. We actually help facilitate that. And we also then present it in terms of festivals, in terms of workshops and seminars. But we are across universities, so we're not faculty facing, we're not based in one department, we are a central part of the university. In terms of partnerships and regional engagement, our work is predominantly, my strand of the work, city and culture, has been the city of Sheffield, but we are now increasingly looking at working across the South Yorkshire region. We're creating partnerships in the next 5 years with Barnsley, Doncaster and Rotherham. So
what informs your work around cultural engagement kind of broadly? You know, how do you ensure kind of that there is a broad representation, that there's a diversity of interest incorporated in your cultural engagement activity?
We ensure it in a number of ways. First of all, we did a series of reports and research and looked at data. Data is king to most academics, but we looked at the data and we looked at the areas that Sheffield were very prominent in and the areas of Sheffield that were very weak. And then we looked at a series of reports over the last 5 to 6 years on music and culture and art. And what we saw was there was a lot of actual disadvantages of all aspects of creative and cultural communities in Sheffield, that there wasn't the really strong avenues for participation and creative development of artists across the city. And then within that, we looked at strengthening some of our platforms, in particular Off the Shelf, which is one that we have took over from Sheffield Council a number of years ago to ensure that there was greater diversity, but also greater opportunities for people to actually engage with that platform. And one of the things that we were very clear on, that some of our platforms were restricted through funding, i.e. where was the funding going to come from, and other ones that we could actually bridge the gap with our internal funding.
So when you talk about data, do you share your data with the local authority? When we were talking to Sheffield City Council just before lunch, who accepted that they were lacking in evidence so that they could make a significant change to issues around underrepresentation and inclusion. So do you have access to that sort of data, you know, research findings and so on, that they might find useful?
We've shared all our data. Whether they use our data is another issue. We've shared data on the findings of the music report. These have been published. We are currently working on a UKR university funded research project of looking at the impact of COVID on the creative ecology of Sheffield. And we've shared all that data with the region. So we share all that data, and that data is available on our website or through drilling down as much as possible. But we haven't looked at the data in specific examples of race inequality. We've looked at the data in examples of what is the impact of those organisations. So often we are taking the data from existing organisations that are in the city.
Do you see any drawback to not having specific data around underrepresented or underserved groups in regard to ethnicity?
I see there would be drawbacks, but I'd also state that we're starting from a very broad area of aspects of all of culture in Sheffield is underfunded nationally, regionally and locally. So the whole of the actual infrastructure of culture in Sheffield is completely underfunded, both by the local authority, by the Arts Council and by national government. And I myself wanted to understand why that funding is so lower, like £9 a head in Sheffield, as opposed to £68, for example, in Manchester or Leeds. So there's a real aspect of the funding for the city is a lot lower than any other major core city in the UK. And why is that the case? So the kind of wider aspect, the funding issue is very, very low. And then within that funding issue, the way that is actually distributed could be seen as problematic because it's starting from a lower base. So that to me was how the university could help, by actually trying to raise that national funding level for the city, because it is quite shocking if you look at the evidence. And we've already put that to the DCMS, we put that to local and national parties, but I'm happy to share that wider evidence, but the actual funding level for Sheffield as a city is just so much lower than any other UK city.
Right, okay, thank you. I'd like to congratulate you on your contribution to the Sheffield bid for nearly 16 million pounds from the Future Investment Fund. I was wondering, could you use your work on the Fargate development to illustrate how you work towards city and cultural engagement? You know, so almost to use it as a case study type thing, and some of your partnership goals.
You want me to do does everyone know about the Fargate Future High Street work? I wasn't done. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, absolutely. And if you want to say a bit, introduce that first, then that would be great.
Okay, so the Future High Street was a national funding round, again, from the government. So one of the things that I really want to kind of understand, that lack of opportunities across Sheffield is actually almost a consequence of the lack of funding that the city is receiving, I would argue. And one of the things that I noticed that the city wasn't putting in bids for national government and presuming they weren't going to get this work. So I worked with the regeneration team in the council to understand why they were not putting a bid for the future High Street, which was announced on Boxing Day in 2018. It shows how sad my life is that I was actually looking at government websites on Boxing Day on 2018, but I had been informed through my contacts politically that this funding was going to be called. So I contacted the council. They said they didn't have the resources to help put a full bid together. And I offered the university's resources where we intervened directly and put a bid working team together from the university, including myself. And that was a 2-year process. And really what that meant was that we got 16.8 million for Fargate for an event centre, which could be used primarily for 50% of it as a commercial centre, but 50% of it as a community hub for developing creative talent in the city. And I've kind of continued that work now. I've just come from a workshop yesterday where we were looking at how that community hub could serve the needs of the different community artists, activists in the city, and everybody had a chance to input. And we had 55 people from across the city who were festival and event producers, because what I want to make sure is that there is so for people who don't know the building, it is the former Clinton Cards building on Fargate, literally opposite Marks and Spencer's. It's a 5-story building. It's 1,800 meters of square. It's absolutely huge. And we have 16.8 million to transform Fargate, the bottom of High Street, and that building, and also create a series of wonderful outdoor areas of activism for people. And I wanted to ensure that the latest research in these areas of how you can have happy landscaping, but also effective events linked to increasing a more diverse and inclusive audience. So it's not just hipster land. And then working that into the design brief all the way through the process. So that was a huge amount of investment from my time and my team, but I felt it was worth it to create a space for people of Sheffield and to give the council the resources to actually put that bid in. So that was an example of my intervention, if you want to call it.
Yes, well done in many respects. I think there's a sense of underreporting. I get a sense of underreporting in terms of the amount you received. You said 16.8. I've seen 15, but $1 million less. Does that mean that?
Well, there's actually £5 million of match funding from the Sheffield City. So I think it's the formula. 15.8 is what we've received, and then there could be additional funding for aspects of the bid compared to the match that we get from the Sheffield City region.
Okay, you talked a bit about the event that happened the other day. This week. In terms of how did you ensure a kind of a representative city engagement? So so this is the Race Equality Commission. So we're trying to get a sense of how you got that, how you managed to get, or otherwise, that broader community engagement with your event this week. So yeah.
So we basically went to event producers, because this is a very technical part of the brief, i.e. what would be in the event, i.e. what facilities you want. Where would you want each room to be? Where would you want each floor to be? So we used the festival network, we used the culture consortium, we used the creative guild, we used our own contacts, we used the different contacts that we have, different artists that we've worked with to ensure as broad and diverse a group as possible. We also accepted that if people couldn't come, we'd report it. We didn't record it because it was very technical with architects and designers. We'd do all the notes up, and then we would add that onto a wider group discussion and ask people to input into it. But at this point, we wanted people who had actual expertise of putting on events. So we had people from Sheffield Carnival, we had people from Melfest. We had a range of groups of people who work in the events area. So it's specifically, the first workshop was about events. What kind of events would you put in? So it wasn't the audience facing group, it was the people who actually produced the events. I.e., where would the wires go? Where would the technical go? Where would you want your Wi-Fi to be? Where would you want your door to be? Where would you want the access to be? And how close and wide would you want the access lift to the toilets? It sounds quite boring and mundane, but that actually results in a great focus.
I suppose the question still stands from a technical point of view as well, in addition to audience. In terms of procurement and you know, the diversity of thought being brought to the even to this process around.
And we had people of all diverse backgrounds who came to the actual. They were invited, and we had people representations of different backgrounds in Sheffield, race backgrounds, if you want to be in terms of this commission. Yes, we had people of colour, people of different ethnic backgrounds who came and informed what we said and wanted. But the actual procurement of the event space will be through the council. We are aiding that engagement process with them. So the council will be actually procuring the space and procuring the designers and the architects. We are just giving them a broader palette of the kind of events that would take place in there.
Thank you very much for that. You on Boxing Day,
yes,
as you were finishing off opening the last of your presents and looking at the plans for this bid, did you think about what it meant, the fact that you had to intervene in relation to the kind of broader underfunding of the arts and culture in the city and the region? You know, if you had to do this because others who were perhaps better placed didn't feel as though they had the capacity to put the bid in for the funding, is that indicative of the way funding has been approached over the years in Sheffield and the region?
I've worked with many local authorities, and some local authorities are very, very good at funding. Very, very good. They have a pipeline of resources and they go for it. So when I worked with Blackpool Council, you know, we worked on bids of 50 million to 100 million. And I was part of that bid posting team. And I've fundraised and got funding. I'm very good at raising funds. That's part of my work, and I've always been managed. Luckily, we have a saying on my background called Mung Chavi Mung, which means you're very good at asking for something. And I've kind of been brought up all my life, if you want something, you go and ask for it. I find that in Sheffield as a city doesn't really ask as much as other cities do. I don't quite understand that. Even after 35 years, I still think of myself as a bit of a Bolshie Lancastrian, and I don't really quite understand what that difference is, but that's stereotyping. I think what it is, sometimes I feel uncomfortable that I'm making decisions about the city and I'm not an elected representative. I'm from the university. I'm very clear that the university understands and supports those decisions. There was a bit of dialogue in the university. Was it the role of the university to intervene in what is essentially a council policy? But we believe we have 9,000 staff, we have 40,000 students, that we are part of the city. We contribute in many ways to the city, and it's very easy to criticise the council, but it's better to actually aid and help and understand the issues. And to me, it was an understanding that the actual team of officers in the council are very, very good at what they do. They didn't have the resources to do this particular job. So my role is very much understanding what resource issue they need and seeing if I actually have the expertise in that particular area. Certain areas I wouldn't have the expertise at all, but I could bring in people from the university who have. So we do it on a case-by-case basis, primarily for the last 5 years. What we're now trying to do it in a strategic way of understanding how we can build together a 5-year plan of pipelines and future investment for the city. Yeah.
You talk about future-proofing the city centre. I mean, you know, if we can just stick with Fargate for a little longer, the event central. How do you plan to do that? What does that look like?
What does it look like? Well, it's almost the way if you start to design it now, it will change in 5 years' time. So you have to create an infrastructure that is future-proof. And I know it sounds like I'm sounding like some boring engineer, and I'm not. But really, a very classic case of future-proofing an outside area is making sure that it has the technology, or making sure that you don't create an urban space where you can't actually put a stage on. That's a very practical thing, that if you can't put an outdoor stage on that area, or your plants are not conducive to people working and interacting in that space, if you put rare exotic plants in the centre, then you do an event on it and a child goes over and picks it up and smashes it, that's not an inclusive space, is it? That restricts access by creating something. So the physical infrastructure is something, but then there's also, we've already realised that within the event space, we have to create an ongoing budget for a creative case for diversity. We have to create an area where local artists and performers can actually develop, and that cost should not be a prohibitive aspect of using that space. And that was the biggest worry from the work groups we did yesterday, that it's only if you get to a certain point that you can use this space. Where is the ability to work in this space where you don't have the support, you don't have the digital infrastructure? So I quickly realized that we needed to start a parallel set of funding aspects, that we've got a physical space, but we need a kind of creative capital to go alongside it.
Can you say a bit more about that creative case for diversity? Can you just expand on that?
The government has only given us infrastructure money. It's a capital project. So all we'll get is money to create a space, a building, or area outside. So what we have to think about is, where are the funding, where is the investment, and also where is the future happenings, where's the future space for some of the examples I put in my evidence of people that we've worked with and off the shelf, like Akeem and people and Desiree. Where is the future space for them? So we have to look at what the funding streams, but we are not the culture funders in the city. We are a university that has a cultural strand. So a lot of these questions really should be looking at the city's priorities of where they invest their culture money, not really at the university. We are in some ways bridging the gap.
I hear what you're saying, but the notion of future-proofing is something that came from you.
No, I know, and I'm saying that I think the city should be future-proofing, and that's what I'm arguing. That we literally came out of the workshop yesterday where quite a few of the attendees said they worried that I would create the space with them, and in 3 years' time the council wouldn't have the funds to run it, and that's what I mean by future-proofing.
Okay, and how open is the council to that future-proof?
Well, I think that was their first workshop. I think they were there in attendance and listened, and at this point it was literally, they've just signed the contract on the building, so we were doing the first workshop to actually look at what this building could be.
Okay, and how optimistic are you?
I have as much optimism as I believe that I will determine to make sure the space is as creative and diverse an opportunity for everyone in the city who wishes to use it. And I believe that I have a good enough track record that people believe in me and believe in the team. And I have a very great team of colleagues who work with me. But I feel often people worry about taking a risk. I'm willing to take the risk, and if we don't succeed, then we will learn why we didn't succeed. And then the next people who come along can learn from our mistakes, if we make any.
That's your team, but as you've just stressed, the city council, the local authority has a key job in future-proofing the city centre and contributing to the cultural environment in the city. So my question about how optimistic you are now around future-proofing relates to that relationship with the city. How optimistic are you that the city is likely to take forward that future-proof agenda around culture and the arts?
I feel that the more we shout and push and demonstrate what great work it can be, the more the city will become involved.
Yeah.
And I feel that the council is starting to invest. They have big decisions to make. I think they made a very strong, striking decision by putting forward the event central as part of a future high street. They could have put forward something. I mean, the future high street was incredibly wide in what you could put forward. And they helped support get the evidence for what the Treasury would fund. So I think by a very fact of the matter that we put the events and culture as the heart of our future high street was very good. And that was the regeneration team. So I feel it's working with the council to make them understand that culture is not just a wonderful healing cooperative force, but culture is also an economic driver that can actually make the city better for everyone to live in.
Yeah. Before I turn to some of my colleagues, can you share with us any suggestions for priorities then for the city to improve approaches to tackling any racial disparities that you're aware of, and or any racism that you may know of, or systemic processes that disadvantage some because of their ethnicity in the culture sector. So a suggestion for any priorities for the city in regards to racial disparities and anything else related to systemic racism.
What would I suggest? I would suggest that the range of events and areas of priority that they've put in the city centre reflects the wider diversity of the city. So I would look at some of the carnivals and festivals that go on in some of the district centres, and they should have a more prominent space in the city centre. I think that would be a good way to opportune that's just one of my suggestions, that when you work in places like Bradford or Manchester, the city centre has got a far more multicultural purpose than our city centre. Sometimes I look at the city centre and the lack of diversity in the Peace Gardens, for example, can be quite prominent unless. So I think having a widest range of events, giving more opportunities to community groups who might not have the financial support to put an event on, actually offering spaces that they can use and support. But we're talking, I'm obviously very events focused. In terms of what we try to do with Off the Shelf is work with community groups and partnerships that already have those great links within their own communities. And I'm very, very clear about the fact that I wouldn't want to be telling certain community groups how they should do their operations. I think the council can operate more of an inclusive area by allowing greater access of their spaces to all groups and not just enable it to be a perceived. I would argue that the way the council and the way the city presents as Sheffield is not as diverse as the city is. We tend to show the same places. We tend to show Millennium Square, Peace Gardens, but we don't show London Road. We don't show areas that I find more interesting visually. So I think it's not just that, it's how we present the city as well.
Okay.
It's something that should be more improved. But that's my personal opinion.
Thank you. Yen, can I just invite you to ask your question? If you could introduce yourself, if you don't know Professor Vanessa, and before asking your question.
Hi there, my name is Yen Fong Ling. I'm an artist and also senior lecturer at Sheffield Hallam University. Thanks, Vanessa. I just wanted to pick up on you have a really interesting organizational model. And I was thinking, is there an opportunity here to create an office of strategic EDI work that could potentially work across in the way that you have to particularly address the work that needs to be done within the city? And how could that happen, do you think?
You mean an EDI across both the universities and the city, or funded? It's an interesting, sometimes organizations become more of a hindrance than an aid. It's almost like having really good individuals across all different organisations who work in a, sometimes you create a structure for the sake of a structure, whereas allowing individuals with passion and some authorisation and power to actually take hold. So sometimes I think I'm more of a grassroots radical, even though I'm university management. So I mean, you're obviously part of making waves. You saw the fact that the university intervened there and invested a huge amount of money to bring that money to the city, and then allowed the community of artists to actually give the money to whoever they wished. So I think that's a really good point. I would be very keen to take that back to my own institution and look at how we can look at that. But I think it would have to be within the certain strands like you've done in the committee, because I wouldn't have the knowledge other than in my own area of culture to actually inform or put forward ideas. I wouldn't have the same idea in kind of financing or accounting or engineering, for example, but I would know within my area. So
that's really interesting. And I like the idea that it comes from kind of individuals who are kind of passionate about the particulars of the work. So it doesn't presume an organizational structure first, but
they get the organizational support and infrastructure to help their message. So I very much believe in that coalition of the willing, that you can actually bring people together. And I suppose my approach, my colleagues say my approach is very different from most university approaches, maybe because I'm from a background where you have to work together to have a fairground, or else you don't have it. You know, if you don't have, I mean, I often say that I'm from a circus and fairground background. If you have one person or a theatre, I'm kind of not explaining it well, but I've always said that on the fairground, if you have a show, you're not a fairground. If you just have a candy or a hot dog stand, you're not a fairground. But the three things together make it a fair. Yeah, all of the other two components are separate, but all of those things together make it a fairground. So that's my philosophy. The more you work together, the more you become a bigger. I think my challenge to Sheffield many years ago was like, instead of fighting about who gets a bit of pie or cake from the council, bake a bigger cake. So I try and bring more ingredients to the table, but I think I want to make it, as my team, I'm really indebted that the university has seen this as an area of priority that they invest in. Ultimately, I bring funding in, but ultimately it's their budget I use to bring those funding in.
One of the points that Desiree made in one of the first sessions this morning was the precarity of artists, you know, Black artists particularly feeling like they can kind of thrive in a city like Sheffield. So there was this kind of call to, say, maybe arts organisations or larger institutions to be able to help strengthen that sort of ecosystem or infrastructure. Where could a contribution from your perspective be that might be able to help and encourage, you know, Black artists to kind of stay in the city and do the work that they do?
Well, Desiree is an interesting, wonderful case, because Desiree challenged the kind of the work on archives and history, and basically challenged and said, you know, let's there should be an artist in residence of a woman of colour. And I said, well, let's do it then, you know, and we found the funding together. But when we were working with the council, they said we had to go out to procurement to give other people a chance. But it was Desiree's idea. It was her idea, so I funded her direct. And what I want to do with Desiree is to work together where we create a body of material that we would then get wider funding to bring this together. I think that's the same. I think that's the attitude I did with Off the Shelf, that when we are co-programming or co-curating with a community group, we ask them to program, we facilitate the money for them using our connections and our resources. And our connections mean I have people in the team who can write the bid. Sometimes the greatest barrier to creativity is actually knowing how to write an Arts Council bid, or actually using their language. We can use their language and basically then translate that into helping the community groups program within our festival and put our larger resources of the festival. But we make that choice. I suppose that's what we say. We choose, which is fundamentally, in terms of a festival model, does not bring economic parity to that festival. It will lose money as an event. But sometimes you have to take the viewpoint, it's not just about pound, shilling and pence, it's about a quality of event and the audience and the development.
Could you, is it okay to ask another question, Kevin? Could you unpack that relationship a little bit about your lead in a sort of writing a bid? Because, you know, that from the outside, there might be this kind of view that, you know, that black work is still beholden to the white gaze, you know, and white gatekeepers. So talk a bit about the kind of dynamic of what that relationship might be. How do you galvanize an idea from the grassroots up that it becomes this kind of larger funding application?
Well, so for example, when we work with the Somalian communities, Roma communities, and the program that Desiree put to us, Black Women Right Now, they came to us with those program ideas. We asked them what it would cost, and then we basically put it into the bid. So it wasn't through our gaze, it was their approach. And then we asked them, and then actually when they went through the funding part, i.e. when I went through the application, I said, well, I think you're not paying enough for that. You know, you should be paying each other more, you should be doing this more. Or so it's really just practical knowledge that to hire a room in the centre of Sheffield is more than £100, you know, so you want to put that part of the bid up. So that's more, but actually, you know, to write an Arts Council bid is about 3 or 4 weeks of work. So we did most of the kind of work because it's our festival, but the programming of the sections that are part of the main programming, that is the community engagement, that is given to the community to program, and they tell us how much that is. We also have people of colour who are in my team, so they are not looking through that gaze, and then we look at it together. So, but even within the different communities in Sheffield, if you look at talking with the Somalian community, there are 2 distinct different groups within the Somalian community, and you have to ensure that both of those groups have a say as well in the programme. So we're very informed by the community bodies that we speak to, or the individual artists who wish to participate. And we do, through Youth Up and Open Call, people can come forward with ideas. And also then we have the wide aspect of like Akeem, who started as a volunteer, who put forward ideas to the programme. And we do open calls for all our work. Everything we do has an open call. As you know, from Making Waves, that was an open call. The Freelancers Fund was an open call. And I think the more information we have about where we can land those calls, that's not the usual suspects, the greater information, the greater clarity. But obviously, eventually, when you come to a creative platform, it is the quality of the work that becomes part of the factor of who is selected. And Desiree is a wonderful writer, communicator. And Akeem, I'm really pleased to tell you, has just been given a Somerset Maugham Award for Young Writer. His book, The Storm, has just received that award today. And that's a great Sheffield story, isn't it?
Mm.
It is a great Sheffield story, but at the same time, Desiree, even today, was saying that, was asking the question, can I live, can I thrive in Sheffield? And she wasn't being super positive about that, because she knows there are people like her who are leaving Sheffield. So in as much as there are these positives, that there are still issues around, you know, how consistent the positives are to keep the creatives in Sheffield and working in Sheffield.
Well, I would argue then it's the funding that we have to raise the level of more funding to the city to keep people and to keep that creative ecology alive and flourishing. Sheffield has an amazing creative ecology, but when it gets to a certain level, people have to leave because there's not enough work for them. And that's people of all races and backgrounds. There is not enough work of a certain level within the city. And why that is the case, that is an issue with the city as well.
Sure. Could I ask a question about how you would build capacity? How do these Somalian groups learn the skills that you have potentially to be able to kind of, you know, develop their own programs in the future? Is there a strand of development that could work alongside your work? You know, to what point do you let go of them as, you know, as people, as organizations that you've helped?
I don't think we let go, because that inclines a form of possession. We basically work towards how the community wants to program, and we learn from them. I mean, you go into working with different groups, like even within my own community, people presume that we don't read and write. Well, actually, most of my community don't. But with that we do storytelling, and people were looking and talking to me about the Somalian community, and actually one of the greatest contributions they brought to the festival was an amazing sense of poetic rhythm and the poetry of the Somalian community. And I think having Warda this year as a poet laureate for Sheffield brings another voice to that. So I think an enrichment of poetry has brought back to Off the Shelf through the Somalian involvement. How would we continue? I think there's always an argument when academics in universities work with small and large and medium-sized groups. It's always about a research project, and it's always when the research project finishes, we leave. So we're very keen to ensure that we have as wider. So we did a 2-year project with the Somalians, and we'll continue to program with different Somalian writers and authors. And I think it'll be through Youth Up is very much the area that we work directly with, almost creating an opportunity for Youth Up and young people to work with the festival. But it's a discussion we've had with the Arts Council: does the festival want to be almost a creative talent nurturer for the city, or do we want to be a festival that just demonstrates programming the city? So it's an ongoing discussion we're having, to be honest. And COVID and the pandemic last year stopped that discussion entirely, because we had to ensure the festival was going to happen. And this year we basically emphasised our funding application to the Arts Council for a greater role of diversity in the programme. And that's what we thought we should emphasise this year. So, and so I suppose that is one of the issues that is something we continue to talk about and discuss. But I would never say that we belong or own that programme, and the programme is part of continuing involvement of the festival.
I'm sure that Yen wasn't suggesting.
No, but
wasn't suggesting that. Yeah.
I mean, I'd be really happy that on the day when there is a fantastic national festival of Somalian literature and culture and poetry in the city of Sheffield, I'd just think that would be brilliant. Or that the poet laureate for Sheffield becomes the poet laureate for the UK. I think that's a great achievement as well. But music and performance and dance should be allowed for everyone. And I don't think it should also just be about creative artist development. It should be audiences should be engaging. So I'm equally as passionate about getting a wider, diverse audience as well.
Yeah.
To the events that we do.
Professor Vanessa, the hour has flown by, and we have to draw a close to the session. Thank you very, very much for your contribution today, and also again, congratulations on the Fargate development and the work that you're doing at the university. Unfortunately, what should I say? Fortunately for us, we're moving on to our next speaker, and we're rapidly coming to the end of our hearings. But we're pleased that you were able to come today and to share with us your story. And hopefully, you know, if we need to come back just to perhaps request some of the reports that you were making reference to, would you be open to that?
Yeah, and I'd also state that in terms of further research and reports that the Commission needs to come and talk to us, because we can change our funding. You know, I'm in the start of my new budget for the next 5 years, so there is areas that I would like to look at and look at where we can support. But obviously, it's best to come with a suggestion rather than me to come and think well, we should do that. So I'm very open to further work in this area and as I've said to Desiree and Warder and other artists, come to me with ideas and let's see how we can make a change. But that it's a good opportunity to demonstrate that maybe we're not quite as open about, maybe we don't push as much as what we do for Sheffield. Maybe I'm as reticent as what I call my fellow Sheffielders in that way.
Well, on that note, we'll take that forwards. I think we will come back with ideas, especially in the form of recommendations, and then hopefully we can begin our dialogue about what change really looks like for.
Yeah, no, I'm very keen that we have a policy of change and what we can change and do delivery, and I'm very much a deliverer.
Yes.
I tend to write about what I do. I tend to just deliver.
Yes. Well, we much appreciate your attendance today, Professor Vanessa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you think our programme for Off the Shelf's exciting. Please come.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we have 5 minutes before, well, just over 5 minutes before the next guest. So if you'd like to take a comfort break. Is 5 minutes enough? Would you like 10? 10? So Adele, could we start the next session at 5 past? Is that okay, everyone?
Shall I leave?
Yes. Sorry. You can.
I didn't know whether you had the eject button. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello, Kim. Hello, Kirsty.
Hello.
Hi. How's your day been so far?
Good, thank you. How about you?
Yes, busy, lots happening. Before we get going, Kim and Kirsty, I'm just going to hand you back to Adele, who's just let you in, just so we can go over a bit of housekeeping. Thanks, Adele.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm just going to take you through a little bit about the background of the Commission. So, as you may know, the Race Equality Commission was established as an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield. It was established to look at 6 key themes of health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's the final hearing, and it's day 2 of the sport and culture hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there's going to be a report produced which will go to key stakeholders in Sheffield for action. You've been invited as witnesses here to share your insights into the 5 key areas of the Commission. And those 5 areas are knowledge or information into racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think might be of use to the Commission. Any knowledge of your own or other race-related frameworks or duties, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within the sector that you work in, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. As invited guests today, you're required to act in good faith, and by being here we're assuming that that is so. And as you'll see, the hearing is being recorded and it will be available on the Commission's website afterwards, and any non-confidential evidence that you've sent in will also be on the Commission's website afterwards. Can I ask the invited guests and commissioners wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and also can you introduce yourselves before speaking for the record? Can I remind commissioners to send me any questions to me directly, and I'll send them on to the chair. And now can I hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thanks, Adele, and welcome, Kirsty and Kim. As Adele said, I am the independent chair, and I'm joined by commissioners from the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, who I will invite to have a dialogue with you very, very soon. Before I do, Kim, I wonder if you could introduce yourself and the capacity you're attending today, and if you could say a bit also about the highlights of your, the main points of your submission.
Thanks, Kevin, will do. Well, my name is Kim Streets. I'm Chief Exec of Sheffield Museums, and I'm here wearing that particular hat today. I'm also currently Chair of Sheffield Culture Consortium as well, so happy to kind of touch on aspects of that work too. Kirsty and I'll let Kirsty introduce herself, but we'd like to together talk about the evidence that we've submitted to you. So we'll do a bit of a double act, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's great.
So I think just to begin with, I'd say that the submission that we've given you is a bit of an overview of the museums and our approach to race inclusion. So we'll take that as read, and obviously we'd welcome a discussion about that slightly later on. But to begin with, we wanted to touch on the potential for museums at a time of increased uncertainty, and inequality and polarisation, and then kind of come on to some of the work that we've done, but some of the things that we'd like to do that I think address some of the questions that you raised, Adele. We believe that museums can help make life better through creativity and collaborative engagement that makes good use of the city's collections and our heritage and our buildings. But to be effective, we really have to focus on people's needs and create great experiences that connect people with art, heritage and culture. So it needs to be very much a people-focused service, and it does operate as a business, and that's quite important, and we can come back to that later on. To give you a bit of a snapshot, pre-COVID, we were engaging as museums over 1 million people a year at the different sites that we manage. And we were connecting in greater depth with people through a range of activities. So things like conversation clubs with adults in community settings, things like the Kelham Games, for example, which were sport and heritage activities delivered at Kelham Island Museum with young people from local youth groups. And that was delivered in partnership with KINCA, which is the Kelham Island Community Association, and Street Games, which is a national body. Things like Design Lab Nation, which is a project delivered with the V&A, where young people from secondary schools in the city get to meet artists and makers, explore the collection and begin to explore their own design skills and creative processes. So those are sort of some of the ways in which we connect with people in more depth, as well as talks and tours and all sorts of activity, family activities and so on. There's a couple of things I wanted to mention though that I think are quite pertinent, and we'll come back to them. But there are two projects that we've been involved in over the last couple of years. One's called the Proud Project, that was all about collecting LGBT plus histories through objects, so images and stories, and it's about addressing underrepresentation in the city's collections. And then also a body of exhibitions and collecting that was done in partnership with colleagues and partners across the city on the theme of protest and activism. And that's a good example of deeper engagement where we're connecting with people from across the city, gathering materials, stories, artifacts, pictures that build a representative collection and demonstrate the power of activism in the city over the past century. So there's a bit of a snapshot of some of the things that we've done, but all of those things, I would say, draw on lived experience. They're often co-produced, they're usually underpinned by outcomes that focus on addressing underrepresentation. They're about building confidence, building skills, and thinking about health and well-being as well. So that often the outcomes are very much focused in that way. All of them are delivered collaboratively. And I think it's important to say this, but they're only really possible because of support from our community partners, and importantly, because of support from funders like Arts Council and City Council, Heritage Fund, and then individual donors, but then trusts and foundations as well. We can only do that work if we generate the income that we need to be able to do it. But it gives you just a bit of a snapshot of some of the things we did pre-COVID. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Kirsty just to talk a little bit more about what the museums can do.
Thanks, Kim. So I'm Kirsty Hamilton. I am Director of Programmes at Sheffield Museums, looking after the learning, exhibitions and collections side of the organisation. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about how museums can give space for diverse voices for challenge, discussion and debate. And looking back over sort of the last 10 to 13 years, how some of that has evolved and how we've worked with artists in particular. And I'm not going to talk about every project, but I just thought it would be good to kind of talk about some of them. So way back in 2008, we worked with on a project called China in Yorkshire, which was Yorkshire-wide. But we found working with artist Gail Chung Kwan and Sheffield's Ivories collection to be really helpful. Sheffield's Ivories collection is like the best in the country outside the British Museum. They're Chinese ivories that were collected to inspire the workers in Sheffield. And these ivories are full of stories. And they're stories that experts at the British Museum don't know about. And we found actually involving the Chinese community was really, really helpful. We talked about some of the stories there and that we heard things that we didn't know. We learned about these objects through those conversations. And then we also learned about how to engage on different levels through an artist kind of being involved in that project. And we continued this practice. With, I'm only going to mention a few projects, but Tim Etchells and Black Kahulva back in 2017 did a project called What Can Be Seen. And it was really a re-presentation of the collection as a whole, rather than the museological sort of separate aspects of the collection. And it was really engaging, and it presented the works in different ways with a freshness that engaged in a lot of debate and brought new audiences to see them. So again, that was quite a dynamic way of looking at quite historic material. And we also did a project in 2018 to celebrate the 250th anniversary of Circus. And we were really lucky to be loaned a Degas painting of Miss Lala, which is a really seminal painting in the National Gallery's collection. And through the research around that project, the National Gallery now know more about that artist, who was, one of the biggest top acts of her time in the 19th century. This really powerful businesswoman, as well as an aerial artist, a Black woman at her time doing amazing things. And we also commissioned an artist to respond to that painting and develop her own practice through that. So Blaise Tarsier did some aerial work around that, which was really exciting. And also looking back some of the heritage in Sheffield. So it connected back to Pablo Frank, who has got a heritage within Circus in Sheffield and married a Sheffield woman, actually. So bringing out those stories that are present here too. And then at the minute, we're about to open the Graves Gallery, hopefully very soon. And we've been working with artist Keith Piper, who we've worked with before in a project, but Keith has been looking at the collection and juxtaposing his work alongside the collection to create some of those debates around his personal experience, which again has been really enlightening and showing aspects of the collection that we didn't necessarily know had connections where they do, such as guineas, but also showing aspects of the collection that have not been on display for in living memory in some cases. So really, really kind of key work for a museum to be doing. I also just wanted to mention two other projects. So firstly, Arrivals, which was...
Sorry, Kirsty. Sorry, before we get into some of these projects, can we come back to them? You can use them as perhaps as illustration of particular points as the commissioners engage with you. Is that okay, Kirsty and Kim? Yeah. Because I'm just conscious of time, and I know that you're involved in a lot of work, and we'd like to have the opportunity to perhaps go down some specific avenues. Is that okay? Brilliant. I'd like to just introduce my colleague Yen, who will say a few words about himself before asking his first question.
Hi there, my name is Yen Fong Ling. I'm an artist and also a senior lecturer at Sheffield University. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kirsty, for being here today. Thanks for the report. today we've been having a really interesting kind of picture build with regards to the sort of, you know, strategic placing of organisations and what they're doing with regards to EDI in the city. And my first question is going to look at the sort of the bigger picture and start to kind of, you know, get closer into the organisation. So I wanted to kind of open up a question with regards to your role with the Sheffield Culture Consortium. So one of the things that kind of Rebecca Maddox was discussing was City Council's role in terms of being able to kind of facilitate, you know, the Culture Consortium, but not necessarily having a direct input into the workings and operations. So could you flesh out the types of activities that you're doing with regards to EDI and how much of a kind of an impact or a discussion it's having currently?
Yeah, I could come in on that. I mean, that's absolutely right, that Rebecca's there to facilitate. I think in terms of EDI, that group, I'm sure she probably said this earlier, but it's a group of leaders representing organisations in different art forms across the city, most of whom receive some funding, however small, from the local authority. The work we've done around EDI most recently has been around exploring race and governance in terms of getting our respective houses in order. Not all of the people who are part of the consortium have boards of trustees, for example, but you know, we all have teams. So there's some questions there for us about how do we build teams and build boards of trustees that better represent our population. So some of our work has been around that, about how we learn from each other, but how we support each other to be able to do that. One of the planks of the consortium's plan is around access to great culture and art and heritage for everyone. So, you know, equality, diversity, inclusion is absolutely a plank in what the consortium is there to do. Our work as a group, though, is about how we find the resources we need to be able to deliver a particular series of activities in communities, how we learn from that, but particularly how we learn from each other. I think as an example of activity, the consortium with other city partners, the City Council, the Business Recovery Group and Sheffield Culture Collective have secured funding this year to support freelancers, and we've worked very hard to try and make sure that that money reaches as many people as we can. So in delivering projects like that, we're working through our community contracts to try and get it out there, you know. So it's an example of direct support for the sector. But I think the biggest thing we're doing really is learning from each other and hopefully leading and offering a voice for the sector.
I mean, one of the criticisms looking from outside is that is the Culture Consortium kind of representative enough? And there was one consideration that, you know, that the exec groups are individuals who have a kind of wider remit, but if the problem is that wider remit might not be connecting with communities, how do we get a representative voice onto those types of committee groups?
I think that's an interesting question. I would say that there is a place for the consortium, a place for leaders to support each other in their development and to learn from each other and to make change. I would say about the consortium that it sort of followed what was a culture board, I think from around 2010, that had about 36 people on it. And never, I mean, forgive me if you were on that culture board, but it was very difficult for people to find a voice at that table because it was too big. And so I think the strategic decision to create a consortium that was made up of leaders of bigger organisations that, generally speaking, received some local authority funding was a strategic one that was about, you know, making good use of the resource that we have. You're right, though, it's from a sort of race perspective, it's not representative of our population. I think we would absolutely agree with that. I think there is room, though, to have other groups that are more representative. I'm not sure that necessarily is the right one. What you wouldn't want to do is to have a community representative on there who is representing all communities, because none of us can do that. I think what you see through the consortium, though, are leaders whose teams are connecting with communities. And that's where the influences in terms of how resources are spent, how we connect with our communities, how we deliver good work. So the examples we've just given about some of the stuff museums do, you know, we're feeding that back in, we're learning from each other. So, you know, I think there's an opportunity to have something wider than that. I'm just not convinced that the consortium in its current form is quite it. Actually, I think that it's sort of incumbent upon all of us, I think, to be making connections, building relationships, being part of many forum, actually, where conversations can be had.
Just to say as well, in addition to that, I think King's already talked about the relationship with the collective, but Sheffield Cultural Consortium has a relationship with Create Sheffield, in that it's a supporter for that. It was also a supportive founder of the Creative Guild, which represents artists in the city, and the Making Waves project and the visual art panel. So there are various aspects to the work that kind of have a wider reach, is what I'd say.
Yeah, because some of the themes that are coming out today is the kind of the precarity that a lot of kind of Black arts organisations, you know, they're not able to kind of build the capacity in the same ways that other arts organisations can, and just for the simple fact that Black artists don't feel as if they can thrive in the city. So is there anything that can be done from a kind of, you know, committee point of view in terms of supporting the capacity and the growth of those organisations?
I think it would be really good to understand what's needed, what, you know, what kind of support would be needed, and how existing NPOs, and not all the members of the consortium are national portfolio organisations by any means. This is Arts Council regular funding, but how the consortium might be able to help. But then I think there is this sort of strand of work that Rebecca Maddox is looking at with the collective and others, that's about how we support more NPOs in the city, some of whom will be Black-led organisations. So I think there's a willingness to offer support. I think what we need to understand is what would be most helpful given a really difficult operating environment. I think there's definitely the willingness to support. It's just what's most useful now.
Sure.
Is the thing I think I'd like to know more about.
Okay, so let's move on. Could you talk about your key activities as Sheffield Museums and Heritage Trust, and from an organisational point of view and in terms of the audiences that you reach, are you currently reflective of the diversity of the population? And if so, could you kind of explain, you know, things that were in the report, but kind of from your perspective? Yeah.
Okay, so perhaps if, again, we do a bit of a double act. If I talk about our people, and perhaps Kirsty could talk about our programmes and the collections. Does that sound all right? So, I mean, you'll see in the report that we talk about our workforce, and we break that down between staff, trustees and volunteers. And I mean, I won't go through the data, but you can see that broadly speaking, our workforce isn't representative of the demographic of our population. It is majority white. I would say, though, there is a breadth of lived experience, so don't make an assumption about the team and who they are. But we don't represent population demographic, and you know, I think that's a big challenge. And I can come back to that. I think for our board of trustees, I've listed in the report who our trustees are. Again, I think there's room there to build a new board, and we're a new trust now. We've come together with the Industrial Museums and Museum Sheffield to form a new charitable trust. And as a new trust, we are now in the process of building a new board. And we want that board to be representative of our population. And I've got every confidence that we will get to that point. Already, you know, it's a diverse board, I would say. I mean, in the two trusts coming together, we have legacy trustees from both of the previous organisations who've given us that support to give continuity, and unfortunately that's totally skewed the gender balance in the board of trustees. So we need to address that as well. But you know, they've given the support, and they begin to step down from next year by rotation, and that makes space for new people to join the board, and we're just in that recruitment process now. Our volunteers, also a diverse cohort of people. You can see from the data how people are identifying themselves. We can still see that Black and Asian communities are underrepresented, but there's an opportunity there, I think, again, with the launch of the new trust and the relaunch of volunteering, and it's just beginning to build back up again now after COVID, for us to be able to connect with people through the many connections that we have to kind of make sure that team of people is more representative. And the workforce, though, I think it is a real challenge, and I would say it's a challenge for the sector, not just for museums in Sheffield. If you look at Arts Council data, you can see that many of the organisations that they fund are anywhere between 85%, 95% white-led, and you know the challenge there is a complex beast of a thing. I think it's partly about perception, but it is about the history of museums and the history of the sector. It's partly about the paucity of jobs, although you know, at the minute we're advertising, we've been interviewing for new roles and doing our level best to get the advertisements out as far as possible, and to connect with people and encourage people to apply. I think one of the issues also is that it's a very comparatively low paid sector, and that puts people off. There's no question of that, you know, it is quite problematic, but the perception that it's not for the likes of me is something that we come across. I would say because there are relatively few jobs, I know that we find when we advertise for an assistant curator, for example, we'll often get 120 applicants for that job, you know, so it's tricky to change things, but what we're seeing from the data is that things are beginning to change, that diversity is improving. And then finally, just to say about audiences, I gave you the audience data, and that's a snapshot that is drawn from our audience finder surveys that are all undertaken by volunteers across all of our sites. And you can see there how we differ with the population of this city. And so when, again, not representative, and we know we have a lot of work to do to make sure that our audiences are connecting, and that when we're taking that snapshot, you know, we're seeing a snapshot of audiences that is representative. I'll pause there because I feel like I've overspoken, but
no, good,
hand to Kirsty. Sorry, again.
Okay, so just quickly talking a little bit about the collections. The collections aren't representative. You've got over 200 years worth of collecting in the city. On some kind of, obviously through empire and colonialism, that's where the majority of the collections came from, but also from this desire to be a kind of encyclopedia for Sheffield. And that's quite a national thing across regional collections. So we can see trends across that way. What we also don't have, though, is enough research and information on the collection to understand the stories that we're not sharing. And that's a huge bit of work to be done. And again, we're not alone in that. So what we're expecting to see over the next 10 years, for example, is that there will be trends within museum collections across the country. Because, you know, there are things that most museums will have bits of. Sheffield will have unique areas, but, you know, everywhere one will have certain, every city will have certain, you know, groups of objects. And what those may represent in terms of that story, we don't know yet, but I think there will be commonalities that we'll be able to build from. So what I'd say is the collecting that we've done recently, now this is the point that we don't have an acquisition policy. It's not, sorry, acquisition budget. We do have an acquisition policy. So what our acquisition policy says that we want to acquire more representative objects for the collection to tell a more representative story of the city. However, we don't have money to back that. So we rely on gifts and donations a lot, and that does limit where things are coming from. When we're going out and buying and acquiring things, which is very rare, then you'll see a different picture. But actually, in terms of what's coming into museums, on the whole, you're still seeing things coming through a middle class stream, as they have done for a long time. When we do projects like the Proud project that Kim mentioned earlier on, and also the Protest and Activism project, together those projects acquired about 600 objects, and they are much more diverse. So they start to help to change the story, but they're only a start. And as I say, we've got a lot of work to do there. In terms of the actual exhibition program and our public program, I'd say we are much more representative in that, because we can afford to have more choice, so we can make those narratives and work with different people. So there's a bit more movement there, but there's still a way to go, is what I'd say.
Yeah, sure.
Does that answer that?
Yeah,
way?
definitely. Yeah, I mean, because one of the really interesting points is about lived experience, kind of, you know, finding its voice through the institution, through the museum, for instance. So I know you've stated in your report that you have things like the English Civil Museums Network, the Western Jerwood Project, the University of Sheffield TAP project. Can you explain some of these sort of initiatives that might give, you know, opportunities for, you know, Black curators or yeah, to look at the museums and do the work?
Yeah, so shall I take that one, Kim?
Yeah.
So in terms of this, we're really aware that the museum sector in general, and it is a sector in general, where you know, diversity isn't as strong as it should be. So we were looking at ways to change recruitment. Now, as Kim's already said, we don't have a high turnover of staff. We needed to look at different ways in which we could create roles and work with people to change for the future, really, essentially. So working with the Western Jerwood Creative Bursary has been really key, because a lot of that has been about sharing experiences between the 50 organisations involved in that project, and there are 50 posts which are all recruited from people with a different socio-economic background, and the whole point is that we're looking for diversity in the workforce. And so there's a cohort of 50 people with jobs who have a network across the city, across the country to talk to, but also 50 organisations to be sharing their experiences and learning from each other. And that's been really quite key to our thinking in terms of how we've moved forward in recruitment, but not just about recruitment, about what you find when you get to the organisation, and how we kind of engage with different ideas, and how open we are. And actually that's been quite helpful at this point of change for us, and certainly as we've become this new trust. The TAP project at the university is all about enabling people from, again, low socioeconomic backgrounds to do work experience without it being voluntary, which is the reality, is that most curators have done a lot of voluntary work to get their roles, to get their experience, and that just isn't really acceptable anymore. So we take less placements than we've done in the past. We're doing more placements that are about taking people who wouldn't normally have those experiences and trying to change that. You know, we don't do the, you know, phone up and get my daughter a placement thing. That's not the way we work. So they've been quite fundamental to the thinking and to the shift, but also has been sort of how we are on this journey and looking at particularly our where we are now, so we can measure and think about strategically how we move forward and how we make positive change. So at the minute we've got a brief out for somebody to help us with the race inclusion maturity assessment, and that we're expecting will be quite a hard health check on the organisation, but will enable us to be quite fundamental in some of the decisions and changes we make, and we feel that now is the time to do that. So I think that answers some of what you said. Kim, is there anything that you want to add in? Is that all right?
Sorry, I'm muted. I think that's a good summary, but happy to answer questions, obviously.
I mean, that might have answered my next question, which was how do you retain that knowledge and, you know, maintain it beyond, you know, a kind of finite funded project that does a piece of work? Is there a commitment from the museums to kind of have a longer term strategy to build on that?
Absolutely, and at the minute we're just looking at funders who would be interested in that longer piece of organisational change rather than that sort of 3-year cycle, which is more commonly seen, and we're just planning things out at the minute on that level.
Yeah, sure. My next question is, what are your reflections on Sheffield's colonial history linked to steel manufacturing? So what impact might this have on the cultural and heritage narrative of Sheffield? And what are the kind of strategic plans to address it? So there's been new research that's come out of the University of Sheffield, for instance, with regards to Sheffield's manufacturing of machine parts and tools for slave plantations. So, you know, so there are, you know, as the research uncovers more and more about Sheffield's links to it, and I'm sure this is a conversation that's happening nationwide, you know, are there any particular thoughts or impressions of it from your perspective?
I think, you go.
I'll do a double act again. I mean, I think that this is something that as a city you've probably glossed over. partly because we've not done research, actually. So I think there is that research from the university is really important. I think what we need to do is do that detailed research for the industry and metalwork collections that represent steel and light metal trades. And we know that material from Sheffield is exported, you know, far and wide. So absolutely that heritage is there. I think it's just not been properly researched and really properly shared and interpreted. We need a curator to help us with that process, and we're just now recruiting a new curator of industry and metalwork who will lead on some of that work, and we'll do that collaboratively. And we're aware of some things within the city's collections. I mean, one of the things that for years has been displayed as an example, actually, of the way in which Sheffield's trade has travelled. So, for example, there's a knife in the collection, a Bowie knife, made in Sheffield, that was traded with North American Indian people, and then traded back or arrived back. Now we've used that over the years as an example of trade. I think, you know, if you just look at that one example, there's a lot more to know about that object, I think. But there are many things like that where we've perpetuated a story that's been touted and understood but hasn't properly been researched. And I think that's where the research is really important now. And you know, what we have are museums that are free, that are accessible physically, that we can platform that and share that story in. And that is what we plan to do. Kirsty, I'll hand over back to you.
I think, you know, we've got sites like Aberdale Industrial Hamlet, you know, we need to talk about that more. It's not this kind of cute sort of national trust of these beautiful buildings. It is, you know, an amazing historic site, but it's also a place of industry and has worldwide connections and implications of what's going on there. And we do need to make much more of that. And we need to think about how we do that and what technologies we use to do that as well. You know, there's some basic things we can do when we have that information in terms of interpretation, but I think we need to go a step further, frankly. So yeah, there's a lot to be done.
Yeah. So you talk about repatriation process there. That's really interesting. It sounds like a kind of clear objective. To what degree do you communicate this process to the public, you know, to kind of identify the origins of their acquisition, for instance, you know, how they're gained, not just by how they're returned. So do you think this is a kind of narrative that the public should know about?
I'd say we don't go far enough, and we've just done a bit of research that's just emphasised that, actually. And there's a lot more to be said, particularly around collectors and collecting and the ethics of what's going on with that, you know. So we've just been looking at how you approach that, not just actually in terms of the gallery we were looking at was the Ancient Egypt gallery at this point. But actually some of the stories and the ethical issues within the Ancient Egypt gallery sit within the finds from Derbyshire next door as well. The actual similar approaches are just as difficult to deal with and as challenging. So I think what we've seen in this is that there's a story to be told across the museums and across the collections, rather than it just being pertinent to individual objects. So we need to do a lot more of it. And again, think about where does that sit? Because it's a lot of deep, complex information that you would normally have as written information, but actually, is that the best place now? Is that the most digestible place for that information?
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? It's the kind of it's the narrative that's kind of generated out the object and how it kind of shifts around or moves around the world. Interestingly, a kind of thought experiment, you know, that I was thinking about was about, you know, the objects that Sheffield industry has exported in relationship to the colonial sort of history. You know, is there a potential process to repatriate that back into Sheffield? You know, because the assumption is that it's the objects that we've collected that need to go back to these indigenous communities again. So don't necessarily need to answer that one, but it's
both ways, though.
It could work both ways.
Yeah. I think some of the material, though, you know, potentially, and we see this from colleagues across the UK, you know, has been taken. And you know, we're not sure how that was acquired, and I suppose that's the bit that is sensitive, complex, it's really difficult. I think the other way equally, I'm sure some of that will be complicated. But I think the key point is that we need to do that research. We need to do it with people to get to the bottom of it.
So how will you engage individuals and communities then whose histories are directly impacted upon these on these colonial histories, and how will you build the trust and engagement and a legacy to learn from? What's the role in education in terms of this work?
So firstly, we've been working with True Talk Africa, again, on that work I mentioned about the Ancient Egypt Gallery. A part of that was about looking at the workshop that we do for schools. And that workshop's been our most popular workshop. And actually, we just wanted another sort of view on what it was we were doing and kind of just to sort of see the mistakes we were making, essentially. And it was a really, really useful process that has changed what we will do and how we will talk to people and what the children will learn at the end of the day. And it's really shone a light on the importance of the museum collections as tools for critical thinking and engagement, not just kind of like the kind of horrible histories approach, which has its place, but it's also problematic. And I think we've been a bit too much horrible histories, and now we need to be thinking more about the philosophies of learning and what we can do to support young people do their best, be their best, and how we can also help them understand the wider world, essentially. So there's a lot, again, there's a lot of work that we need to do there. But looking at some of the conversations that we've been having with the communities, it's in Sheffield, the strongest way of doing that work is by working with groups that already exist or networks that already exist. And the connectivity between learning and health and well-being are really fundamental. So it's working with schools and then the wider communities that link into schools, the families, it's a kind of a given for us that that's the key way to go. And also working with networks like the People Living Well network. So we have done this process before where we've gone out and found a group and worked with that group, and then the project's been finished and we've left. And what's the legacy of that project? If we can work through these networks and we can share our resources and thinking, then what happens is the work grows and there's ownership and ambassadors across the city. And that ownership for us is really key. That's what we want to be engendering in Sheffield, ownership of the collections that belong to Sheffield.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So your strategies that you've outlined to decolonise the museum's collection are really ambitious and far-reaching. So you quoted here that you wanted to become one of the most inclusive museums in the UK. That was one of your statements. So, however, can you give us some idea about the approach, the methods, the timescales, particularly, because a completion of a task that you say may take decades. So where's the strategic planning in what you'd like to do? Are there any immediate goals or any medium, long-term goals?
If I start, and perhaps Kirsty can come in. I think in terms of the approach, that is our ambition. We'd like to be that, as Kirsty touched on. We'd like everyone to feel comfortable in the museums and feel that it's theirs. And actually the collection is from the people of Sheffield. That is where it originated. So that sense of ownership is really important, that sense that your story's there, or the story's there at least that, a relevant representative that you can connect with. That's really key that we get that right. I would say that we are not starting with a blank piece of paper. We've done a lot of work, and we mentioned some of the work that we've done over the past decade and the stuff that we're doing recently. So all of that is about becoming a culturally inclusive museum. There is a lot of work to do, though. We're chipping away at the foundations of a museum that was established, the collections established in the 1700s. That's not a job that we can just do in a project. And given that a lot of the funding that we're able to access is short term, what we're trying to do is look at a way to embed relationships and practice across the museum so that it's not just in the gift of that one short-term funded community participation officer or learning officer or curator, for example, to maintain that relationship so that when that project finishes, good work though we may have done, the connections are lost. So what we're looking at is how can we as an organisation hold many relationships and build a community in the museum in terms of its team, but in terms of its audiences, where anyone feels that they can make a connection. It's not just the job of the learning team. Now that is strategically where we'd like to go. We're looking at that now through some of the internal work that we're doing. But unfortunately, nevertheless, we are in a funding environment where we have to go for short-term funding because that's what's there. So it's really about looking at the long-term funding we've got and how can we make good use of that. It's lean, I would say. You know, we are not awash with cash. We are quite a small team, actually, although we've got 100 people, 70% of us work part-time. You know, we've got limited resource. But it's how do we use that resource wisely? How do we lever in the additional resources that we need? And how do we build the internal culture, develop the internal culture that then cascades and enables us to build long-term relationships that make the kind of change that we're looking for. Now that obviously starts with our board of trustees, with our leadership, with our team. It's about the relationships that we have already. So, you know, it's an organisational thing, it's long-term. I would say that there are quite a number of things that we're looking at doing, you know, in terms of projects that we're looking at, starting with colonisation. It's not the first thing, decolonisation rather. It's not our first dip in toe in the water of decolonisation. You know, we've been looking at the Chinese ivories collections, for example, and back in 2010 we did a piece of work around that as well. Sorry, Kevin.
Sorry to cut you short. I'm just conscious of time. And there was something that I really wanted to draw you on, and I expect Yen might also want to before we run out of time, and that is this notion of SMT becoming an anti-racist organisation. And as part of that, you bullet point a number of things that you intend to do. One in particular was embedding a commitment to anti-racism, anti-discrimination and social justice in business planning. Okay, so that's really quite specific. Could you give us an idea of how you're going about doing that?
Well, I mean, some of that, if you've looked at our business plan, you can see some of the actions that we're taking within that business plan that is embedding good practice and embedding that the principles of becoming an anti-racist organisation. So, you know, it's worth having a look at some of the things that we're doing, but we're starting as a new organisation with our ambition for people. And when I say people, I mean the organisation itself. And that is about development of our team, starting with our boards of trustees and with the leadership team, but really looking at what we mean by being an anti-racist organisation, how that approach threads its way through every element of our programming, every element of our recruitment, every bit of what we do. And so that if you look at the business plan, you can see that woven through, that everything we do is about people, and having that sort of principle of anti-racism and being an allyship being woven through our activities is something that we're seeking to embed. So if you look at it, you can see that within that. It manifests, I would say, in what members of the public see, you know, in the welcome they get, in the programs that people engage with, the language that is used, and how that connects with you. So it's an internal thing initially, but what we hope is that manifests itself in what you connect with, what you see as a visitor or a non-visitor. But it's very much starting with internal planning. And I think what we realised after the events of last year, and clearly we made a commitment, was that we needed to kind of go back to the beginning in a sense and really do some learning ourselves, listen to others, do some reading around it, hear what people have to say and learn as an organisation before we start embarking on that piece of work. But we've got an opportunity, I would say, as a brand new organisation. Because clearly we're not, it's not a blank piece of paper and we're not entirely brand new, but because we're starting as a new trust, that gives us that chance to kind of check in on where we are, so that the maturity assessment is quite key to that. And then, you know, on the basis of the maturity assessment and what it tells us, then look at the work we need to do to really embed anti-racism and build allies across the organisation.
So where would you say you are on that journey then? Are you at the start of that journey? Are you a year or two down the line? Are you, well, obviously you can't be that far. You've you've only been
organisation
established, and yeah, but you know that you are in effect a reconfigured collection of legacy organizations, right? But you are talking about embedding this commitment to anti-racism, and you've kind of spoken broadly about it. I'm just trying to get a sense of how it manifests itself in the real world for the commissioners here. You know, so how would we recognize your anti-racist activity as it embeds itself in your business plan? What one or two or three things could you say are indicative of this business planning that is illustrative of this commitment to anti-racism?
Well, internally, I think what you'll see is a lot of development work. Externally, which is where you see our product, if you like, that's in the exhibitions we do. It's in a revised schools programme that addresses some of the learning through the work we did with True Talk Africa. It's in how we're commissioning. It's in what we're collecting. That's what you see as a sort of external partner, as a community, as a commissioner. Internally, the work we're doing is to get us to the point where we're able to do that work, and that we all have a good understanding of what's involved. We're 100 people, as I say, 70% of which work part-time. You know, we need to get the team to be at a point where we all understand what we mean, and we're able to make connections and build relationships that are mutually respectful and so on. So I think it's an internal piece of work, but it manifests in what we deliver. In terms of exhibitions, programs, learning, the way in which we collect, who we're working with.
Yeah. Jan, can I invite another commissioner in, or do you have another?
No, there's another question from a commissioner. That's great.
Yeah, thank you. Shruti, can I invite you to ask your question? And I'm just flagging up to everyone that we're 5 to the hour, so.
Thank you. I'll wrap all my questions into one. It's really about BME leadership. So just been listening to everything from the start till now. You've talked a lot about being anti-racist, allyship, supporting communities. But I'm hearing about a lot of projects which affect BME communities and individuals. I'm not hearing about the BME leadership in that. And also that just the lack of leadership in your power structure. So I'll go all the way back to the start. You know, there are some great Black-led arts organisations who are bringing some very different perspectives to the table, but they are not part of the consortium. I know you're putting new trust structures. And to me, there's a bit of an irony here as well with all your decolonisation work, and yet you're leading on this work without BME leadership. I just wondered if you'd reflected on that at all.
Yeah, I would say we have reflected on the BME leadership, and I think if we just think about the sector, the sector is majority white leadership. You know, it is what it is. What we see, though, across the sector and through the work of organisations like the Museums Association and Museum Detox is quite a lot of work there that is about challenging the existing structures, the existing hierarchies, and finding those pathways into the sector to make sure that we are beginning to address representation in the workforce and then leadership. But it's a slow process. I mean, the jobs are not there. Certainly in the museum sector, that sort of churn of jobs is I think slightly limited, but there is certainly a real push to change that, you know, through the recruitment procedures and how we begin to build a workforce that is better represented, but it's a slow job.
But there's also your governance structures, and speaking to somebody who's a chair of a board of directors, that there's a great opportunity to change things, and those leaders are around in the city.
Absolutely, and our board of trustees, are, I think, already a diverse body of trustees, and we're recruiting now. So, I think that is important that our leadership from a board perspective is representative our population. I feel that we've got a good board. It will develop, as I've said, you know, it's not quite right there in terms of gender at the moment because of the transition to the new trust, but there's a real commitment there to make sure that our board is representative. And I think that's important, that the leadership is there and that's working, enabling the organisation to make the changes that we're looking for. You know, all of our board bring different skills. A number of people bring connections and are able to advise on the work that we're doing, and that I think is really very important. But across the sector, this is it's a fundamental challenge. It's not an excuse, but it is a real challenge to be able to make the changes that we need to
talking about
reflect on it.
Sorry, I know you're talking about the trust, but the Culture Consortium, it is not, it does not have that representation of Black-led arts organisations, some of whom are doing some really innovative stuff and really pushing out into the city to try and really change things culturally and to bring more diverse, inclusive voices to the table. So anyway, I'll just end on that point.
Yeah, Kirsty was, thanks Ruti, Kirsty was trying to
say, in terms of that, reflecting on that, leading on decolonisation and where our leadership is, that's why we need to do this collaboratively. You know, we can change what we can change in terms of staff turnover, but we need more voices to engage in the dialogue with us. And we've been trying to do that in a professional ways, hence the work we've done with True Talk Africa, which I have to say has been really inspirational for the whole team here.
Thank you, Kirsty. We'll have to draw this session to a close. Kim and Kirsty, thank you very much for your attendance today and for supporting the commission, and of course your submission. Please watch out for the report and the recommendations. It might be that we get back to you for a clarification or two. If you're open to that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I did wonder, Kevin, if I could just suggest some of the things that I think are needed. Is there a minute to do that?
When you say needed, in terms of priorities for the commission?
Well, for the commission, yeah. I mean, I think.
Okay, can I? That's fine, Kim. I'm just going to get a message to our next guest, Adele. If you could just let our guests know that we'll start again at 10 past.
Okay, yeah, I'm messaging them now. Thanks very much.
Okay, Kim.
Thank you very briefly, because I know you're reporting on this, and I think one of the things that I just wanted to make a sort of a call for really is for investment in the work that needs to be done. You know, I'm not sure how well we've demonstrated today, but you know what we know is that there's potential in the museums and the collections to be able to have the kind of dialogue that tackles racism and shifts the sort of dominant narrative. That's a big job to do, but it needs investment to be able to do it. We've seen some great examples across the UK of where museums have, Birmingham is a good example of this, worked with people across the city to change the collection and to look at what's collected, to make sure that they're building a collection that is representative of the people of Birmingham, but also to look back at collections. Now that is a big piece of work. It happened over a long period of time and it requires investment, and that's the sort of thing that we'd like to do. We think there's massive potential in the museums, looking back and looking forward, analysing what we've got, changing the narrative, building a new collection, but there needs to be, I think, investment to be able to do that to the full and to realise its potential.
And where would you suggest that investment came from?
I think I'd like to see the city as a whole think about how it invests in its people in terms of learning, in terms of addressing structural inequality. So I think there is something for me about the way the city invests. Of course, I'm not under any illusion about where we are economically, but I think that commitment from the city to investing in learning and really investing in exploring history and creativity through the curriculum is really important, because that's where you start asking the questions. That's where you're able to have the kind of discussions that we need to have that challenges the sort of dominant norms. So there's things that we'd like to do. They are dependent on investment. We'll be seeking that anyway to do some of the stuff that we know needs to happen. But I think it does need that that leadership from the city as well, to say, look, this is a city that learns, this is a city that will learn from its past and that will guide its citizens into the future in a way that is inclusive and that is diverse and that builds on the strengths of our population. And that's what I'd like to see the Commission perhaps touch on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, clearly we will need to move on now, but I'm pleased that we made time for that last contribution, Kim. And thanks also, Kirsty, for your time today. And hopefully we will dialogue another time. Hello, Dan and colleagues. Robert, Soraya, hopefully I've got that right.
Soraya, but thank you, that's fine. It's written Soraya.
So, how do I pronounce it?
Soraya.
Soraya.
Hello.
And hello, Anthony and Bucky. How are you doing?
Hi, good to meet you. It's great to be here, by the way.
Hi, nice to meet you, everyone. Nice to meet everyone.
Welcome. Yes, it's good to see you. Before we get going, everyone, and Dan, thanks again for your submission. We just have a little bit of housekeeping to get through. So I'm going to hand you back to Adele, who leads the Secretariat to do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to give you a little bit of context about the Commission before we begin. So, as you will know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, causes, extent and impact of race inequality and racism within Sheffield. It was set up to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the final hearing and the second day of the sport and culture hearing. At the end of all of the hearings, there'll be a report which will be produced and sent to key stakeholders with recommendations for action. The Commission has invited you here today as key witnesses to share your knowledge of the 5 main areas of the Commission, and these areas are racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think might be of use to the Commission; knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related frameworks or duties; any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within the sector that you're in; any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and also what you believe will be the best ways to tackle racism and racial inequality within the city. As witnesses, you're required to act in good faith, and by being here today, we're assuming that you are doing so. Can I also draw your attention to the fact that this is being recorded and it will be available on the Commission's website afterwards, and also any non-confidential evidence that you've supplied will also go on the Commission's website afterwards. Can I ask all commissioners and invited guests to wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can I also, for the recording, ask you to introduce yourself before speaking? Can commissioners, if you have questions, can you put them to me in the chat and I'll send them on to the chair? And now can I hand you back over to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Hello, Dan and colleagues, and welcome again. Welcome back, commissioners, to this, the last of the sessions for the Race Equality Commission. Dan, before I introduce you to commissioners who will, they'll introduce themselves before they speak. I wonder if you could just say a bit about yourself and the capacity that you're attending here today. And if you could just give us an overview of the submission that you sent in. We have members of the public who are watching who wouldn't yet have seen your submission, so I think it would be helpful for them. And then, as your colleagues are invited to speak, if you could just introduce yourselves before speaking, that would be great. So, Dan, over to you.
Great, thank you very much. I think that Rob will actually talk a little bit more about the organisation, if that's okay with you, because we've prepared that. But I'm Dan Bates. I'm the Chief Executive of Sheffield Theatres. I've been with the organisation for about 12 years now, and prior to that, I've worked in theatres mostly across Yorkshire. Actually, kind of over that time, really. I'm also part of the Sheffield Consortium and a founder member of the Sheffield Creative Guild as well, which has been trying to sort of link cultural learning in schools as well with the cultural industries as well. I also on the board of English Touring Company, ETT, as well as the Sheffield BID Group, the Business Improvement District in the city as well. So that's a tiny bit of background about me. And joining us today is Rob Hastie, who's our Artistic Director, Bookie Ocean, who is our Finance and Operations Director, Anthony Lau, who's our Associate Artistic Director, and Soraya Falconer, who is our Vice Chair of the board as well. So just give that kind of context, really. So maybe, Rob, if I hand over to you now.
Thank you, Dan. Yes. Hello, everybody. As Dan said, I'm Artistic Director of Sheffield Theatres, Robert Hastie. I have been at Sheffield Theatres for 5 years. Before that, I was an Associate Director at the Donmar Warehouse in London, and I worked in theatres around the country as both an actor and as a director in freelance capacities. I'm going to now just give you a short overview of our submission and a little bit of background about us. The stated mission of Sheffield Theatres is to create bold and brilliant theatre and to make it for everyone. We believe that a diverse, welcoming, accessible, successful performing arts venue is an essential part of the life of our city or any city. As an organisation with a big cultural voice, we embrace the role we can play in bringing about change in the city, in the industry and in the art form. In the area of equality, diversity and inclusion, we have had our successes and our challenges. A key focus of our organisation and publicly funded organisations like ours has been to improve the experience and representation of those with historically underrepresented protected characteristics as defined by the Equality Act of 2010. The Arts Council wisely adds socio-economic status to the list, to those listed in the Act. But we're grateful today to have the opportunity to work with the Commission to pay particular attention to racial inequality, and we are all agreed on the urgent need to do so. I just want at this point to acknowledge at the outset the personal impact in contributing to this discussion on our colleagues of colour and the potential trauma of mining lived experience of racism. We've participated for many years in conversations within the arts sector on diversity. We've been heavily involved in industry attempts to improve the situation, and we've been implicated in the shortcomings of British theatre and acknowledged our own shortcomings in addressing the systemic inequalities which the Black Lives Matter protests of last summer and the ongoing activism they've galvanised have done so much to foreground in public debate. And we, in common with the rest of the industry, or the publicly funded part of it anyway, have dedicated time, thought, staffing and funding to examining and improving our practices, engaging with people whose lived experience can teach us and guide us, and speeding up change. There's lots to do and we're excited about doing it. We also take very seriously our responsibilities as an employer to foster a workplace free from prejudice and abuse and an ethos of anti-racism. To give you a bit of background about Sheffield Theatres, we're both a producing and a presenting venue, which is to say we create our own work and we present tours of visiting shows made elsewhere. Our varied programme of produced work encompasses musicals, drama, new writing. We make about 10 original productions every year in the Crucible and the studio, though in the last year we've only been able to produce 4. These employ a diverse range of artists, technicians and craftspeople on short-term contracts. We also produce a number of projects co-created with non-professional performers as part of our learning and participation work. In the Lyceum, we are a key part of the UK's network for touring shows from commercial producers and national organisations. And in all 3 theatres, we partner with and support independent companies representing a broad range of scale and specialism, from established names to those just beginning to find an audience. Recent partners include English Touring Theatre, Fingersmiths, Clean Break, Payne's Plough, and our resident company, Utopia Theatre. This year we presented the Together Season Festival, which dedicated the Crucible stage to a programme of shows by local artists whose work had been interrupted or cancelled by the pandemic. And it was not only the variety of the art and the artists themselves that made the season a success, including work from companies like Rationale and Spilt Milk Dance, and individuals like Otis Mensah and Ellen Schofield, but also the process of selection itself, bringing together a panel of industry and non-industry volunteers from across the city to curate a truly representative programme of work. The cost of running the theatre before the pandemic was around £14.5 million a year. Our public subsidy contributes about 11% of our income. That's 9% from the Arts Council of England and 2% from Sheffield City Council. The remaining 89% of our income is self-generated. It has to be driven by selling tickets, food and drink, some conferencing and commercial highs, including hosting the World Snooker Championship, and of course from fundraising. In a normal year, we would expect to welcome...
Rob, sorry, could you just give us just the general overview of the submission?
Of course, yeah.
Just the general, because we already have the submission, so it's just the highlights. If your mate rang you on the phone and said, well, what did your submission say? But we've got to go out in a minute. What would you say?
Sure. We talk a lot about the workforce, both the freelance workforce and the permanent workforce. We've made good inroads in diversity of our cast and creative teams for work that we produce. We've made steps forward in opening up our board and have greater representation in our leadership. But we know there's still a journey to improve in all those areas. In particular, we've been less successful in recruiting a diverse workforce across our permanent staff. This is in common with with most of the industry. And this is something we are working on as we reopen after the long closure period. We're looking at stronger pathways for people to know about our work, how we can encourage a wider pool of applications. And I would say we're not alone in this in the city and in the industry, and we would welcome more collaborative working across the city to support workforce development. We also talk a bit about our audiences. We talk about creating a permanent audience development role to ensure our work is widely promoted across the city, as we recognise this is an area in which we need to improve and the sector needs to improve. And we also talk a bit about how we might learn more about our audiences and about the profile of our audiences. It's important for us to know about the profile of our audiences, to put systems in place that can provide some details. We have a system already in place that can provide some details from online ticketing, but it's still a challenge to collate specific information on the diversity of our audiences. We're working with the Arts Council to do this, as well as looking at ways of collecting data more innovatively. Also, probably worth saying, we know that notwithstanding the improved diversity of our senior management team and our board, we are a predominantly white-led organisation, and until that changes, we need to look at what we can do in terms of allyship, both personal and organisational, to support change in the sector. And we want to create opportunities for everyone to feel they can come and work as part of the team. Finally, I just want to say we're grateful to the Commission for asking us to contribute to this change, and the change we all want to see in our city, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Rob. In your submission, you also talk about the advances you've made around on-stage representation, which is close to 50% in terms of, the generally underrepresented kind of BAME group. You're using the term people of colour, which is the commonly used these days. And I found it quite interesting that there's an interesting tension there, where you've managed to get this 45% people of colour on stage, but it hasn't translated to the workforce as such. But you are aware that there are many barriers for recruitment, and with support, and you then talk about how you might go about challenging those barriers. But can you just outline what the barriers are for recruitment to your workforce? You seem to have overcome them in terms of the on-stage presence, but in terms of the general workforce, it's more of a challenge. Shall
I start and colleagues come in?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the one of the key things is that we have both a freelance workforce and a permanent salaried workforce. The freelance workforce we've had much more success, as you say, on stage, but also off stage in roles, technical roles and creative roles and so on, where the short-term nature of the contract, I think, allows for a much greater turnover and is much more driven by the program of work that we curate. The salaried workforce, the whole industry's found it easier to create change within boards of trustees, within governance, and to a certain extent within senior roles. What's sort of stubbornly resisting change is the staff across other levels. Dan, do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I think we've been also experimenting with how we advertise our roles, how we've removed things like application forms to make it a little bit more easier for people just to submit some documents, or to take like voice applications or video applications as well, trying to remove some of those kind of tensions. Really, I think it's just unpicking really about the perception of what it is to work in the arts in this city as well, and what we can do to kind of unpick that. And one of the reasons we founded Stage Sight, which is an organisation we co-founded, by the way, to help promote off-stage working for diverse workforce as well. And it's an organisation that is kind of growing and growing and growing now, with 130 organisations and I think 200 individual members now. So we're really working hard with that, but it is taking, I mean, this is one of the reasons to come here today, was to see what the city can do collaboratively to help promote these roles, our roles and cultural roles kind of across the city as well.
Could you repeat that name again? Did you say State?
Stage Sight.
Stage Sight.
Yeah, SIGHT.
Yeah. And when did you set that up?
I'm going to say 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're just trying to form into a sort of a company structure as well, for that as well. But it's a huge project. It's a huge kind of undertaking, really. And I think it's just people, you know, we don't just employ actors here, we employ marketeers and front of house staff, box office staff, accountants and cleaners. You know, there's a wide selection of roles here as well. So we just, yeah, I think collectively we need some help with this.
Okay, we've got Anthony, Bucky, and Saraya in that order, I suppose, if you like.
Thanks, Kevin. I guess I'd just like to add as well that, you know, I think HR processes are stuck in a world of cover letters and CVs. I think language is really hard, you know, even just trying to fill in, for example, trying to answer some of the questions for this commission. I found it difficult to figure out what the question really was. And I found when I was writing the form that I was drawn towards more academic language. And I think those things are reflective, I guess, of a very old way of doing things, of prioritizing the written word over meeting people. And I think that might have something to do with this tension that you speak about, Kevin, about why it's been so possible to change the workforce that's on the stage and the makeup of that workforce as opposed to off stage. In that, you know, when we cast a show, when we put a show on, we meet the designers. We meet the actors, they come into the room, we speak to them, they audition for us. It's about the craft and their skills that we see in front of us, rather than an image which they present on paper. And that's something which isn't, I think, just to do with theatre in our sector, but across all kind of HR practices. And for my money, I think that's something that would be worth reviewing and looking at in terms of how do we improve diversity in our sectors and others in the city.
So yeah, so HR practices can learn from elements of your recruitment processes in the arts.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Anthony. And Bucky?
Hello, thanks.
Were you following on from this, or?
Yeah, just very quickly on that, just to add to that, because obviously this is an area that I look after in terms of HR and recruitment. One of the biggest problems that we have in the sector is quite a lot of people are not aware of the roles that are in theatre in this industry. So the first barrier is actually being able to go out and advertise and actually educate a lot of people about what other opportunities there are apart from being on stage in a theatre. And also, we also have started looking at the kind of things that we put in our adverts in terms of the essential requirements and desirable requirements. Those are the kind of things that we are looking at, and we also need to, as a city, start thinking about in terms of how to attract people of colour into this industry and into the sector.
So
Thank you.
Effectively, Bucky, you're saying you need a different approach, and I suppose this is what Anthony was getting at as well.
A whole load of different approach to be able to attract people of colour into the sector, a whole load of it, and a lot of joined up thinking within the city so that all in the whole sector can work together.
I suppose another part of that process is then connecting in, engaging with the right networks as well, so that your information gets to them. Have you considered how you intend to do that?
One of the things that we did, very quickly, I'll pass on to Soraya in a minute. One of the things that we did when we were recruiting for some trainings was to actually contract with an organization called Creative Access, because we were aware that we needed a wider network of people that would be able to come into this sector. And that's one of the things that we've started to do now. Soraya, you might want to add to that as well.
Sorry, can I just ask, this Creative Access group, and I'm really keen to bring my colleague Ruth in a second, so she's been very patient. So the Creative Access, can you tell us a bit about Creative Access and why they're,
I'll quickly pass on to Dan, because he worked with them more than I did. I know that this is an organization that works with that attracts people of color into the art sector.
You've sort of answered it, Bucky. They're an organization that have, I think, predominantly worked in London, and has also just moved to Manchester as well, and it's sort of expanded their roles. And it's looking at underrepresentation across the arts as well. So it's not just about race; it's about socio-economic, it's about everything, protected characteristics as well. So it's been an interesting experiment. We also have a sort of network of sort of community organisations that we share our roles with as well, and I think that could be a bit more kind of formalized. And I think as organizations have kind of come and gone, of open and closed during the kind of COVID period, we probably need to refresh those kind of connections as well.
Yeah. Soraya?
Hello. I was thinking also that it's not only that access, it's people understanding that, like Dan was saying, that there are possibilities of all these range of different jobs and potential career progression within the theatre, but it's also about people thinking that potentially theatre is a place for them. So it's about opening the doors to the different communities. And we have done quite a lot over the years that I've been a board member now. I'm into my second term. And so I'm coming to the end of my tenure on the board. But over that period, we've had various open days and different initiatives that have been there to try and engage with people of all ages and different communities within Sheffield. Now that can only go so far, but it's been quite good, some of these open door weekends that we've had, and different events that would attract different area, different pockets of the communities that are in and around Sheffield. And that again will feed in for people feeling, well, that, there is somewhere I can go, but also that's somewhere that I could be interested in. So I think that's another point on the other side of the particular process of recruitment. Now, as a board member, I'm on various subcommittees, and one of them is the People and Culture Committee. So I sit on that with Bookie et al. On that one as well. So I'm aware of these different initiatives that we've been doing.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce you to my colleague Ruth, who will introduce herself before asking her first question.
Good evening, everybody. Lots of information there, and thank you ever so much for your submission. My name's Ruth MacDonald. I'm a social worker for the Child Criminal Exploitation. I also lead on the Race Equality Network within social care as well. I guess my first question, I know you're doing a lot. I know you do quite a lot in regards to entertainment for Sheffield. But one of the things, obviously, I think reasons why we're here is actually looking at the culture and how we actually roll out and encourage people from different ethnicities to actually to come to the theatre. I guess my first question is basically, what is the board makeup? What is the ethnicity of the board makeup?
So we have, am I right to answer this? We've just had another, some people have come to their end of their tenure, so we've done another recent recruitment drive in the last few months, and we are now 5 out of 16 are brackets people of colour. So about third, 3%, third are now on the board of that, yes, including, and also on the board there are 2 EDI champions, of which I am one.
Right, okay. So how do you actually advertise for new board members?
Well, again, that is a variety of different ways. We advertise on all our different sectors across all our different social channels, and also there is an application pack that people could have a look at as well. And we've done a review of you know what a board member, being a board member, involves. Also, in the past, I've often been on some of the Arts Council events, which have been about governance, but also about how to attract people of all generations, people of colour, people of mixed ethnicity onto the board as well. Obviously, COVID in this intervening period has limited that, but I've been to a couple of sessions in 2018 and 2019 on that we have tried to introduce into the narrative about board members. Being a board member, not scary, if you see what I mean, as some people might feel it might be.
I guess looking at the lack of diversity, and I know you were saying, you know, actually accessing people of different ethnicities within Sheffield. Have you thought about, you know, schools, colleges, universities?
Yes, we have a very strong, well, I'm sure the rest of the team can talk about our learning and engagement team and the sort of activities. In fact, that was also in the submissions about that as well. So yes, we have. I mean, part of my day job is in PR, and I do redevelop. I work in redevelopment, regeneration and culture, and I work with various festivals, including Off the Shelf Literature Festival, and a lot of that is, and so a lot of activity about, you know, working with accessing different areas of the community and representation of that too. So yeah.
Ruth, I think, Rob, were you trying to get in?
I was just going to mention another initiative that was actually a collaborative initiative with Artistic Directors of the Future, ADF, who did a Yorkshire edition of their board shadowing exercise, where a number of people of colour who working at various different capacities within the arts came and attended board meetings over a period of time in how many different, was it 5 different theatres, I think?
Yes.
Across different organisations, and that has, at least in our case, that's yielded some really positive results, and I think elsewhere as well.
Can you tell us what those results look like, and how systemised this process is? Is this an annual event? You know, many in different sectors. There's a type of on-board type program that is about capacity building and development and so on. Is this or was it a one-off thing?
Shall I jump in on that one? Yeah, I mean, this was a one-off sort of trial. I think it had been trialled in London. ADF is a London-based organisation, and they sort of set this up in London. We did a Yorkshire, what was called the Yorkshire edition, with ourselves, Leeds, Scarborough, York, and Hull as well. So I think there were 12 kind of candidates, and I think I can't speak for the other theatres, Kevin, but I know that we have taken one of that group on, but quite a lot of the others have got roles now as well. And I think they're just launching another kind of version of it. Our board is sort of in a 3-year cycle of kind of refreshment as well. So we'll start this again in a, well, we never stop, to be fair. It's about kind of looking at those kind of opportunities, and people come and go kind of throughout their tenure as well.
Yeah, the idea of the 3-year cycle is an interesting one, because earlier on in the week we were talking to a board member from Sport England who was talking about the need for this ongoing churn. And the need therefore to continually refresh and replenish, and that way you're more likely to encourage diversity, because you don't have the same people sitting there for years, and not moving.
Yeah, that's correct. In fact, there are two. You can do 2 terms. You can do 2 3-year terms as well.
You can do 2 3-year terms.
Yes.
Is that better, or is that because
I would say
that reduces churn, doesn't it?
Well, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but it does. But from a personal point of view, you need to keep that critical friend situation with the governance with that. But it's also meant that I've become a lot more, I have a lot more knowledge of the organisation, and therefore feel I have a very strong and vocal voice of influence within the arena that I am committed to with EDI, etc. So that does help as well in that sense. And also I've been able to see projects through a bit more, and being able to, like I said, I've attended on behalf of the theatres, attended different events in relation to some of these initiatives as well, and I'm able to report that back to the board. And I'm going to be passing that on when I eventually leave to the next one. So we've got a bit of an overlap with the person who will be taking over from me as well as an EDI champion.
Yeah,
and on various
and you're vice chair as well, aren't you?
I'm vice chair. Yeah.
Thank you. Back to you, Ruth.
Yeah. Obviously, last year we know for the last 18 months we've had, with the COVID, things have been a little bit up and down. George Floyd. We also had the Black Lives Matter protest, which I believe took place outside the theatres. Can you tell me what your experience was of that?
Who wants to go first? You go first.
Do you mean, forgive me, sorry, do you mean specifically that protest, or do you mean, are you grouping all of those things together?
Well, we can talk about both. I guess that protest, because I know it took place basically outside the theatres.
Yeah. So that protest, together with a series of conversations with a group of artists from across the city, we learned a lot from that. We had to challenge some of the things that we thought we were addressing, some of the things that we weren't addressing and weren't facing up to, and also getting a picture of just what the overlap, what the intersectionality is of the local artistic community and people who've experienced racism. And I think we now have a much stronger understanding of that community and that intersectionality, much better dialogue with members of that community. I think a number of things. One of the things that I was going to say, actually, in my little preamble that I didn't quite get to, that I'd love to say or to articulate is through those conversations we've kind of decommissioned the word risk in the way that we talk about artistic programming. It's for bookie in dealing with finance and dealing with health and safety, risk is still a word that crops up in her working day. But we artistically, we've the way that we used to talk about shows that were perhaps work that was more adventurous, that was bolder, that was seeking a new audience. We found risk is a really unhelpful word. It sends a lot of signals that aren't intended. It contains potential, a lot of bias and a prejudice within it. It's often used within the arts world to dismiss and to limit. These conversations have helped us understand actually that all art is inherently risky. There should be no such thing as risk-free art. But the word itself is just a loaded and unhelpful term, and actually we've specifically through those conversations we've abandoned it in our conversations. The year as a whole, obviously it's we're still going through a period, the pandemic period, and that has its own specific challenges. But if we're talking particularly about the murder of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter process that followed that, I think the whole industry has kind of been forced to examine itself, and particularly the speed with which it was attempting to create change. I think there's an awful lot of there are a lot of schemes that were taking that were moving at frankly a glacial speed, and I think it's been a really important moment for us to for all to us to kind of assess the progress of that and pull ourselves up. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to jump in. Bookie.
Yeah, and very, very briefly, I want to just add that one of the things that has cropped up since all of that last year is we're challenging ourselves more, we're listening more, we're researching more. So within the organization, there's a lot more that we're thinking about in terms of, are we actually doing what we should be doing? Are we asking the right questions? Are we going to the right areas? Are we making sure that we're addressing the issues? Because we know that everyone has varying degrees of lived experiences of racial injustices. We cannot sit here and actually say that each person's experience is the same as somebody else's. So we're asking the questions even more so now. And I personally, and everybody within the team, I will say, is actually, we're challenging ourselves more. It's probably the word that I want to say as a result of what happened last year, just to add to that.
Thanks, Bookie. Dan?
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to keep adding to everybody's adding, but I think I just also wanted to sort of say as well, it's also made us think, what our personal responsibility is, someone who leads the organization, what can I do personally as well as the organization can do as well, and where we can support and mentor and encourage individuals as well through their kind of journey into the arts as well. So I think that's a big thing. We've also committed to anti-racism training as well across the organization, starting with the board and the senior team as well, which we're starting, I think, at the end of this month now. We're just waiting on the trainers to help us. We're working with Inclusive Arts, Inc. Arts, to develop that, and our kind of allyship program as well. And I feel I feel that's going to help us a lot to understand and to look at our actions as well.
Sorry, Ruth. I just want to follow up with Dan and with Rob. Rob, in your intro, you said that that Sheffield Theatres has an anti-racist ethos. Did you have that anti-racist ethos pre the Black Lives Matter protests, or
I'm sorry, cut you off.
So did you have that ethos? Were you working towards becoming an anti-racist organisation before the Black Lives Matter protests?
I was just going to check what I actually said. I wouldn't say Sheffield Theatres has an anti-racist ethos without question. I think what I said is we recognise our responsibility to foster that ethos, and it's a really good question. I don't, hand on heart, I don't believe our focus was specifically on anti-racism in all of the diversity work that we were doing. Racial equality and race and attention to racial injustices was certainly prominent, but I don't think the concept of anti-racism itself came up before last year. I don't know if colleagues would agree with me.
Does anybody want to add to that? No?
No, I agree with what Rob said, and I think we'd been looking at diversity general, and and have been focusing a lot on about diversity on stage, really, and it feels and in a sort of inclusion as well, not just about race, but disability as well. So I think I also think we focus a lot on about unconscious bias, and I really feel that we've moved on into anti-racism now. I feel that that's a good progress, a good change as well, a shift.
I think as a building and as an organisation, there's always been a real focus on the sort of intersectionalism of injustice, and it seems to me that there's a real belief that by tackling lots of those different inequalities, that we're actually answering a bigger question. And sometimes as a result of that, I think it means that we lose sight of the smaller things. But I do also think that it's dangerous for any one organisation to kind of solely focus on a single thing. Because I think in this city, in our industry, in our sector, it is this collision of underrepresentation that I suppose we've been focusing on and we've been trying to solve and address as much as anything else.
Yeah, I think you may have misinterpreted the question. I mean, clearly, because this is the Race Equality Commission, that's what we're focusing on. So we wouldn't be saying that. So we're being very specific about the issues to do with race equality and so on.
Yeah,
and more broadly, the issues to do with social justice. And if you had sat through the other hearings and sat with the commissioners and so on, then you would have heard the conversations around intersectionality as well. But I exactly hear what you're saying, but I just needed to clarify that for anyone who's watching the proceedings at this time. Thanks, Anthony. Ruth?
I guess for me, just listening to what you've just said there, do you actually see any changes that have actually been made since, obviously, with the protest? Do you recognise any changes made within your organisation?
Well, I suppose, sorry, in addition to, I suppose, you've talked about anti-racist training, yeah, right, and so on. Is there anything that you haven't already mentioned that's changed since your kind of refocus on anti-racism and over the last year or so?
Go on, Rob.
No, sorry, Anthony, you go first.
I was just going to say that I suppose a combination of the pandemic and the conversations that have been happening across society also have pushed us to experiment a little bit more in the way that we program and the kind of work that happens on our stages. And a good example, I suppose, in terms of a change, Ruth, is that earlier this year we did something which was called the Together Season Festival, which was a real departure for us and an experiment in many ways. And it was different because it was programmed by a panel of 12 members of the public, audience members, civic leaders, cultural leaders, artists in the city, people who weren't associated directly with the organisation itself. And over a course of 3 or 4 months, this panel of 12 programmed 2 weeks of work for the Crucible stage. And, you know, the panel was guided by myself, and it was a learning process for them, and it was a collaborative process where the panel argued a bit and were rigorous in the examination of the kind of work that they wanted to see. Lots of artists weren't selected eventually, but the result of that, I suppose, was that there were lots of new and different kinds of artists on that stage, different kinds of work. And, you know, look, I think there is still a lot to be done about that process. It needs refining still. I think it may not appear in the same iteration, but we need to improve it, we need to develop it. But for me, it felt like a starting point of a different way of looking at how we can bring different kinds of artists, different kinds of people, different kinds of work on our stages. Now, that's not to say that that's how we would program everything forever, but it certainly feels like an important strand of our kind of organizational thinking and programming.
So, Anthony, when would you turn to that approach? Which seems like a very interesting approach. You know, it's you living the notion of decommissioning the idea of risk as well. So how would that approach tie into an ongoing action plan of activity?
Well, I suppose for me, when I make work, it's about the relationship between myself as an artist and the audience. It's about that conversation between what happens in the making process and the people who come and see the work. And in that same way, I wonder if that's something that can happen in our sort of programming process. It's not about replacing one thing with another. It's about that ongoing dialogue. It's about that conversation. It's about listening to each other. And so when do we go to that? We go to that all the time. You know, I think we listen to the people. We create that space so that we can make work that has been influenced by external voices. In the same way that when we make work for the stage, we are listening to the audience and we're trying to create some kind of relationship between them. So I don't think it's just about delineating, this is when we panel, but this is when we program through a panel and this is when we don't. I think it might be a more ongoing conversation, and it might also be taking some of those artists that so what I mean to say is I don't also think that it's about finding just a new group of artists every time. So how do we commit to some of those artists? How do we take some of the work and continue to develop them? Or how do we take some of those artists and continue to develop them as well as part of our process? So for me, it's ongoing, you know. And when Soraya earlier on was talking about the merits of a sort of a 2-term cycle for board members, work takes a lot of time to get made, you know. It doesn't get made in a year, it gets made in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. And so when we think about the work that we put on our stages, it has to be a longer process, it has to take time. And in that same way, our programming policy has to do the same. And the way that we listen to people has to be the same. It takes time to develop these things for it to be as good as it can be. And I suppose that might be me being precious as a director. But I do believe in it, you know. I think it's important.
But you mentioned the notion of policy, your programming policy. An approach can still be written into policy, can't it? So an approach to programming can still be written into policy, can't it? So if you were to leave and go, you know, and go work at the new Vic or the old Vic or anything else called Vic, then at least the idea of this experimental approach that you've called it would live on beyond you. It would be part of the institution. So my question really was about how do you then embed that approach in what happens at the theatres?
Well, I don't want to take up Soraya's time, but as well, because I know she's got her hand up. But I think it's like many other things, it's habit. It's about practice, it's about repetition, you know. So when we do it next year, it becomes something that the city looks forward to. When we do it the following year, it becomes something that the city understands. When we do it the year after that, it becomes something that the city expects. And so, yes, you're absolutely right. It is an approach that can be continued and repeated for sure. Of course, it does also take people's time. There has to be an interest from the people of the city to be part of that panel, to be part of that conversation. And, you know, that is something which I think we have to reflect on as well in terms of freelancers and how, you know, how people share their time and give up their time and where their interests lie. And so as long as people are interested and excited, then yeah, great, let's carry on. But at the point in which people are no longer feeling as if that's something they want to invest in, then we need to shift that system again. We need to shift that way of thinking again to reflect that.
Thank you. And Soraya?
Well, I was going to make another point, but I don't know whether Rob wanted to come in anything about the programming first.
Only Anthony said it really. Thank you, Soraya. It's just that it's iterative. Like all of that, it's iterative. You know, it wasn't a perfect process, but we'll try it again and we'll improve on the elements and we'll keep talking and keep listening. And I think what that I think just to say that what it proved was the value and the importance of carving out space within the programme to make that space available to work that hasn't yet had an audience at that scale, I suppose, and to artists that have had work at that scale elsewhere, but you know, with whom our audiences aren't familiar. Sorry, hand back to Soraya.
What I was going to say was from the other side, and sort of drawing on what Ruth was talking about, different communities. What was really good about the Together season, and I was lucky enough, I think I was also desperate to get to the theatre again, and I think even though it was challenging times, I went to 8 different performances, and what was great anecdotally was to see the mix and the difference of audience group, of audience types that we were that were being attracted into the theatre, and I thought that was a great gain from that. It wasn't necessarily about numbers, it was about the mix.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over back to Kevin. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think it's also just really important to add at this stage that in order to enrich the cultural fabric of this city, that work needs to be shared out too, you know? Like Sheffield, if all the best artists and all the most brilliant work happens on the same stage, then what happens to all the other venues in the city that make, you know, venues like Delhi, venues like Dina, and, you know, all these other brilliant smaller venues and different venues that attract different kinds of artists that actually make this city so brilliant, you know? I think you feel that as you walk through the city. That's an incredibly cultural and creative space. And it's happened that way because the work has been shared out, that different artists are making work everywhere else and doing different things. If there is too much of a focus on there being circus and dance and if everything is lumped together in the same space, I think we also take things away from these other venues, from them to be able to kind of share work and from other artists to be able to go to different places and for audience members to be able to go to different venues. And then we start losing those venues, you know? If people aren't going to them because everything is concentrated in a single space, it's only going to end up being monolithic, you know, and I fear for that too. And so I think I really loved having all these different kinds of artists and work on the Crucible stage, but I also really recognise the value that work needs to be shared out. And I want to be able to leave work on a Tuesday, walk down the road, down to Fitzallen Square and go to Dina. That's really important to me, you know, and it should be important to all of us who want to go to the theatre and want to see different pieces of work around the city.
Thank you, Anthony. Soraya, you were talking about the increased diversity coming through the doors, and I wonder what you managed to do to repeat that, you know, to retain those communities, to bring them back in for a taste of different, you know, for other different performances. So what do you do to retain, to kind of recycle these new communities coming through your doors?
Well, those people who are booking tickets, we have a ticketing system that can record those people that are there, and I'm sure the rest of the team can talk about that. So there's more ongoing communication with those current people who've decided to come who haven't come before. That gives us a database to work to, and capturing, I suppose, the people that you'd hope that by promoting all sorts of ranges of other potential, that they'd be attracted to other types of performances, etc. within that. I mean, I think it's really difficult sometimes to be able to totally interrogate the audience that's coming, you know, as well. And I would really welcome working with other areas in the city, or I think the team would welcome learning from and working with other, how other organisations in the city specifically have had successful initiatives and activities to be able to reach some of those harder to reach communities. I mean, that's really important. It's actually one of the basis of the Arts Council questions as well in relation to that. So I think that's that. I would like the Race Equality Commission to think about that, and to think about how, with all these different hearings you've had and the people that you've talked to, taking the best of how we're managing to reach these Sheffield communities and sharing those across all the different sectors, so that we can, you know, so we're not all in a silo trying to work within our resources to reach them too.
Yes. Okay, so at the end of this process, we will be putting forward recommendations for change. From your point of view, in terms of the arts and culture sector, what do you think our priorities should be in terms of our recommendations around you know, racial inequality and racism in the arts?
Go on, somebody else.
No, go on, sorry. Is it right if I answer, Kevin?
Yes, yeah, sure.
Sorry, I wasn't sure who you're directing it to. I think from our point of view, I mean, we focused quite a lot just now on sort of programming, and programming is absolutely key to developing kind of audiences, really. I'm really passionate about how we can develop workforces as well, and as well as not just about the work on stage. The work on stage is one of the reasons why we're here. I appreciate that, but about the opportunities that we have in our building, on our stages, but also in the communities as well. So I feel like, from my point of view, in terms of leading Sheffield theatres, it's about how the city can work collaboratively. Sorry, got my teeth in, to really talk about some of the opportunities that culture has, some of the ways that we can make sure that people know about it, a kind of network of community ambassadors. I think we've all got our own kind of networks that we've been developing, really, but we could organise that in a kind of different way. How organisations, probably all the people that you've spoken to today in the last year or so, how we can work together, I think, would be a really key thing for me, for the kind of commission. Really, I think, you know, we are one, Sheffield Theatres is one cultural organisation in the city, big and high profile. I get that as well, but it is about how the cultural organisations can work together, and also about, from the city's point of view, is about what is there any more support that the city can do to help us, rather than working in silos, working collaboratively. I think that's probably all I wanted to say.
Rob, is your hand still up there, Bookie?
It's a new one. So, okay. But you've asked Rob to speak, okay. So I'll let him speak.
Well, we'll go to Bookie and then Rob.
It's just to support what Dan's saying. One of the things that I am really keen that we look at is, how do we improve the opportunities to be able to increase our workforce and to be able to have leaders within the arts industry that are people of color. When I joined 13 years ago, I would say probably there were about 2 or 3 people of color within the whole organization. It's improved, not as well as I would like it to be. I pride myself in standing out there with my badge on to be able to say to people when they come into the building that I work here and I am a director here. And I know that that is what will be useful in terms of people identifying and seeing that there are opportunities within this organization. What we can do as a city to be able to promote that, to be able to help young and upcoming people of color to be able to work within this organization and to become the chief exec or to become the artistic director is one of the things that I would like to see. How we can all work with the universities to help the graduates, the young graduates that are coming out, to be able to understand that there are jobs within the theatre, not just on stage, in the back office, in the marketing department, in the accounts department, everywhere within the organization. What we can do together as a city to do that and promote that is what I would like you to put down as one of the things I would want to see, and to help with the recruitment policies as well. Thank you.
I think on that positive note, Dan, unless there was something you wanted to say, okay. I think we'll have to draw this session to a close again. We've run over a little bit, but we did start a little bit after the hour. Dan, I'd like to thank you and Bucky and Anthony and Saraya. I haven't missed anybody, have I? And Rob for coming here and speaking with us today. And thanks again for your submission and the work that you're doing in the city. I'd also like to thank the commissioners for hanging in there, because this is the last of the hearings for the Race Equality Commission, and also the Secretariat for their support up to this point. Hopefully, Rob, Dan, you'll be able to stay in contact with us and continue supporting the Commission, and if necessary, where we have any points of clarification, you'll be available to us to sort that out in the writing of the report.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And on that note, I'd like to to wish everyone a great evening, and thank you for your work. Commissioners, I'll see some of you tomorrow if you can make it, and others, thanks for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bye.